Muy feliz lunes. Honestamente, abrí este directo desde otra computadora. Andaba corriendo. Honestamente, tenía problemas por los que no podía atender a esta computadora y esos problemas están relacionados con un sándwich de pollo muy picante. No entraré en detalles acerca de qué tan rico estaba y de las consecuencias que estoy sufriendo por él, pero eso es lo que está pasando. Entonces, no estoy completamente seguro si todo está bien, si me falta algo, pero si no, muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana, mucho mejor que el mío. Tuvimos que llevar a nuestro gordillo al veterinario el viernes, que se lastimó la patilla y le hicieron algo rapidísimo. Ya está bien, pero ya saben, siempre pesadón y no puedes dormir bien y todo eso. Entonces no he dormido nada, estoy cansado, quiero a mi mamá, no, todas estas cosas. Pero más allá de esto, hay muchísimas cosas pasando en este planeta, damas y caballeros. Empecemos platicando de la cosa más importante. 8 de la mañana, Vladimir Putin pone sobre la mesa, al igual que el presidente Trump en la fotografía, la plática de la paz. Así es, te está saliendo de las bocas de algunos lugares que la paz está a punto de encontrarse en la mesa. ¿No? Estaba pensando, debería de hacer en vez de un show de noticias, porque honestamente, todo lo que hago es burlarme de todas las estupideces que están pasando, ¿no? Ahorita hay alguien que me escribió en X, ¿dónde está la recesión? No te, espera, tú, güey, estoy equivocado, tú sigue viendo la televisión, ellos te van a decir exactamente cuándo va a ser, no te preocupes. No te fijes en que nadie está pagando sus préstamos estudiantiles, que están a punto de meter a todo el mundo en un levitt gigantesco. Eso quiere decir que les van a quitar todos sus salarios y además también dinero en su cuenta de banco. Olvídate de eso. No te preocupes porque bienes raíces no se está moviendo para nada desde niveles de los 90, casi 40 años. Y no te preocupes porque los coches y todas las reposiciones de estos coches y aparte la criminalidad de todas estas cuentas, no es criminalidad como se dice que ya están tarde, en altos históricos desde que empezamos a comprar, eso no quiere decir nada, nada. Recuerden, hasta que Papi Fox y Papi CNN me dan permiso de decir que es recesión, no antes. Si te atreves a decir que hay otra cosa pasando, aunque haya pruebas, aunque estés viendo que a nadie le alcanza nada, aunque estés viendo que todo el mundo está destruido económicamente hablando y no puede ir a ningún lado y están poniendo todo en tarjeta de crédito y le preguntas a la gente cómo está pagando por todo y todo el mundo te dice estoy endeudado hasta el pito. No le creas a la gente, ¿ok? Esa es la lección del día de hoy para todos ustedes. Entonces, la pregunta con 8 de la mañana estando en la mesa con Vladimir Putin y con todos estos tíos, la cosa es, la pregunta del siglo es, uno, ¿vamos a llegar a la paz? Y si llegáramos a la paz, ¿qué pasaría? Y aquí muchos van a decir, ¿cómo te atreves a poner que el mercado es bajista o alcista con toda la gente muriendo? ¿Ok? Yo no maté a nadie, yo no le dije a nadie, yo no apoyé esta guerra. Claro que mis impuestos pagaron por ella, por supuesto que sí. Eso no hay nada que pueda hacer. También estoy destruyendo toda la vida de todos los palestinos y toda la gente en Líbano, de toda mi familia. Así que no nos preocupemos mucho por eso. Preocupémonos más por el mercado en este momento. No hay nada que puedas hacer, ¿no? Entonces, realísticamente hablando, vamos a hablar de cosas que podemos hacer, ¿no? Antes de que nos dé permiso la televisión, por supuesto, y que nos diga Papi CNN y Papi Fox qué es lo que tenemos que pensar, vamos a pensar en esto. La guerra es alcista o bajista. La guerra es alcista en cualquier mercado. Por eso tenemos nosotros mismos en Elite Trading Academy, tenemos el gran setup de Hamas. Que fue un setup que en las tablas se veía venir con muchísima potencia, no sabíamos qué era, y resultó ser simplemente el previo a la guerra de Israel ¿con quién? ¿Con quién está peleando? Destruyendo a Palestina. No, perdón, no es la guerra, la destrucción de Palestina, cuando Israel empezó la destrucción de Palestina, porque obviamente fueron atacados de la nada, nadie lo esperó, ni siquiera todos los sistemas de guerra, todos apagados. Todas estas cosas que ocurrieron de la nada son alcistas para el mercado y la prueba está simplemente en lo que hemos visto en lo que pasó consecuentemente. En ese entonces, no sé cuántos se acuerdan exactamente de los precios de todo, pero les voy a dar el ejemplo más tonto de todos, que es Bitcoin. Bitcoin estaba cotizando por ahí a los 25,000, llegó a los 28, casi $29,000, se anuncia la guerra, baja a 27 y de ahí catapulta hasta ciento y cacho mil dólares. Ese setup de Hamas, ese setup de guerra funciona. La razón por la que funciona es porque el sistema monetario y todas las cosas que todo el mundo te está vendiendo tan complejamente no es tan Me gustaría que fuera más complejo porque me he estado, Dios sabe, todos estos años, la cantidad de información que he absorbido, y obviamente no ha funcionado para nada, pero la he absorbido, ¿no? Eso sí, está absorbida. No sé dónde esté, pero está absorbida. Toda esta información que he estado absorbiendo acaba siendo completamente innecesaria y extra, y es por eso que esto también ya es mucho más relajado, y es porque todo acaba siendo un resultado directo. Si sube el mercado, baja de liquidez inmediata pegando en el mercado. ¿Qué es lo que yo considero liquidez inmediata? Simplemente lo que afecte el flow de pagos instantáneos. Si vamos a guerra, hay pagos instantáneos. ¿Me entiendes? Si eliminamos la guerra, salen bastante esos pagos instantáneos. Y cuando salen esos gastos, esos pagos instantáneos, ese dinero no entra en el mercado. Normalmente, y la gente no entiende todavía cómo es que una guerra es alcista para el mercado. Porque nosotros imprimimos, es lo que en teoría todo el mundo está confundido con, ¿no? Depende de cómo lo veas, dónde lo veas, o hasta puedes entenderlo muy bien. Pero el hecho que Estados Unidos fue de, güey, toma 300,000 millones de dólares Ucrania, no se los dieron a Ucrania. Estados Unidos, la gran cantidad de ese dinero se lo roba toda la gente que está involucrada en la creación de la ayuda, en uh, en la entrega de la ayuda. Las empresas de armas son americanas, todo este dinero se queda en Estados Unidos. Esta inyección de 300,000 millones de dólares se va a la gente más rica en Estados Unidos e influyente, y ese dinero vuelve de vuelta a la bolsa porque así pueden hacer más dinero. No hay más. Entonces, ¿qué pasa cuando la guerra se acaba? Estás cortando contratos. Si le preguntan a cualquier persona en México en cada cambio de sexenio, sabrán que se acaban los contratos de gobierno cada 6 años y tienes que hacerte amigo de alguien más para que te dejen entrar en el nuevo, etcétera. Y esa gente se queda sin dinero hasta que encuentra un nuevo amigo que lo meta en el nuevo sexenio y pueda entrar con su contrato para quedarse con el dinero de la gente. Así es como funciona en todos lados. En Estados Unidos simplemente tenemos una cartera mucho más grande, potente, duradora y aparte infinita, porque nosotros imprimimos todo el dinero del planeta. Entonces, ver el fin de la guerra de Ucrania con Rusia podría ser muy bajista para el mercado. Eso podría ayudar a los temas de los que hemos estado platicando, a esa deflación que yo estoy esperando ver, simplemente por el hecho de que hay menos dinero entrando directamente al mercado. Ahora, algo que nos está flotando en este momento son dos cosas. Una, la gente que fue a precomprar por los aranceles. Olvídate, no, no, no. Si tienes un negocio entendido, ¿no? Tienes un negocio, tienes que comprar tu inventario, pero la gente que le dijeron, güey, ven a comprar coche de una vez, te vamos a dar un descuento muy cabrón, porque después vamos a subir los precios. Te queremos hacer el favor y que cayó en esa. Eso está ayudando muchísimo a este gasto y a esta retirada de cash inmediato en el sistema a flotarnos. Esto y además, bueno, aquí la persona que me escribió por ejemplo, en X diciéndome que dónde está la recesión, iba a decir yo, la guerra que acabamos de empezar con Siria, ¿no? Que estamos bombardeando a Siria y todo eso, pero oficialmente en CNN, ni en Fox, ni en CNBC han declarado esto una guerra. Simplemente son ataques cinéticos. Solamente estamos bombardeando la mierda y la vida de absolutamente toda la gente ahí, en Estados Unidos, pero no nos estamos gastando tanto. Entonces, eso nos está manteniendo ahí. Gracias a Dios no es una guerra, solamente son bombardeos, como en cualquier otra guerra, pero esta no es guerra porque CNN todavía no nos ha dicho. Solamente quería asegurarme que entendía bien esto, porque hay todos los expertos. Y también, güey, ¿qué tal? Llegamos a un trato con China de los aranceles y Estados Unidos. Alguien que me diga qué quiere decir esto, por favor, porque además este trato expira en 90 días. Y estoy viendo a toda la gente quejándose en X, a todos los economistas, a todos los güeyes estos que hablan en YouTube de todo, es como el pendejo de yo diciendo, Estados Unidos está perdiendo la guerra con China. Güey, ¿qué? Nadie entiende lo que está pasando. Quiero que lo sepan. Nadie. Hay muchas cosas que explican muchas cosas alrededor de lo que está pasando, pero es mucho más sencillo de todo esto. Es simplemente una reestructuración global que lleva desde el 2012, empezó más o menos en el 2009, hasta ahorita, y estamos en la parte final, que es la última reestructurada de todos los tratados, de todas las nuevas avenidas comerciales que tenemos. Pero eso sería muy fácil de explicar para todos estos genios. Entonces, mejor nos ponemos a pelearnos con todo el mundo a decirle que los aranceles. Estoy perdiendo la guerra. Oh, Dios mío. En fin, vámonos al mercado. Vamos a ver esto. Oigan, este fin de semana entré en un trade buenísimo. He estado arriba 3 veces, pero duras. Oigan, me fui largo en Bitcoin, ¿no? Le metí de esas que lo cachas perfecto en el punto más bajo y que todos los bajones agresivos no te han eliminado. Y he estado sacándome la lotería en todos, hasta agregué profesionalmente acá, tradeando. Me paro a las 4 de la mañana, veo mi mensaje y Alex me escribe y pone buenos días y la foto del precio de Bitcoin en el cielo. Digo, a huevo. Cierro mi teléfono, acaricio a Vini, le estoy dando sus acariciadotas, luego me voy para abajo, preparo mi café, todo tranquilo, estoy viendo, güey, tengo un trade donde tengo no sé cuántos miles de dólares para irme a comprar la pendejada que sea. Y ya cuando regreso a la computadora, estaba casi a punto de eliminarme con mi stop loss. Yo, ¿qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? Estos son características de un mercado de Donald Trump. Es el tradicional Trump pump después de un dump que te da un pump. ¿Y por qué lo hace? Es para sacarte del mercado. Si están viendo el precio de Bitcoin, alguien está viendo el precio de Bitcoin en este momento y cree que nosotros, los traders retail, ¿no? Que todos los pendejos como nosotros podemos mover el mercado y que el mercado se mueve en base de eso y que no te está sacando a todos, porque literalmente sacó a todos los que estaban en long, a todos con ese bajadón. A mí no todavía. Ahorita, estoy seguro que ahorita que abra mi computadora, que mi tabla, estoy fuera, ¿no? Pero hasta ahorita no me ha sacado. Pero sacó a toda la gente que estaba en long, que ha estado ganando, ha estado en positivo todo el fin de semana. Y después de eso, sacó a toda la gente que empezó a hacer cortos y lo volvió a pompear. Entonces, lo único que está haciendo es sacando a todo el mundo y se ve que viene un movimiento agresivo, ¿a la alza o a la baja? Esa es la pregunta del siglo, señores. Entonces, vamos a divertirnos juntos, vamos a ver. Quiero escuchar ese análisis de Alex de Farhan, viendo todas las temporalidades, viendo todas las tablas. Hay muchas cosas muy interesantes en todas las tablas. He estado como cerdo en ellas, pues he estado en casa acá con el buen Vini, comiéndome ese sándwich de pollo que me acabó la vida. Pero sin más ni más, vámonos con Elite Trading Academy, damas y caballeros. Cáiganle. Por cierto, si quieren caer en nuestro disco, recuerden que es absolutamente gratis. Los quiero invitar a todos los que quieran participar. Es bueno siempre estar platicado con otros traders. No te vamos a pedir dinero. No conectes tu cartera con nada cripto. No tenemos nada que ver con eso. No te vamos a escribir jamás a pedirte que nos des tu dinero para que nosotros lo manejemos. No nos interesa eso. Nos va bien, gracias al cielo. Estamos aquí simplemente para divertirnos con todos ustedes en este casino, dar las mejores probabilidades de los movimientos que se puedan dar. Y lo que quiero es, si quieres venir acá a nuestro Discord, compartir con todos nosotros un poco de lo que estamos haciendo, es súper fácil de usar. Está el enlace en la parte aquí abajo, ahorita lo voy a poner en X. Este es el Discord de Elite Trading Academy, tienes los menús, aquí tienes. Si solamente quieres venir a escuchar lo que dice Alex, lo que dice Farhan, etcétera, aquí lo tienes directamente. Ellos te van a poner sus pensamientos por acá. Solamente quiero asegurarme que esté puesto. Sí, efectivamente. Esto es absolutamente gratuito. Nadie te va a cobrar nada de nuevo. Si alguien te está pidiendo dinero, es una estafa. Por favor, no lo hagas. Todo lo que ves en nuestro sitio web es donde está ahí. Acá están todos nuestros traders efectivos. ¡Wow! Buenos días, Mango. Mango, oye, buenos retornos, cabrón. Bueno, siempre todo el mundo aplaudiéndose la Mango. Eso es, Mango. Oigan, ¿cómo nos fue este fin de semana? Vamos a ver. Bien. Yo quiero ver dónde está Tomatito, el que va a ser mi próximo financial advisor. ¿Dónde está pinche Tomatito? Espérenme. Bien, bien. Buenas ganadas. Este fin de semana nos fue bien. Naranjito. Espérame. Naranjito, ¿eres algo de Tomatito? ¿Son algo ustedes dos? Nada mal, puta, y aparte te lo aventaste en Cardano, güey. Buena, bastante buena, perfecto. Te amo, tío Leme. Cheto, saludos, perro. Saludos. Pues aquí está nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy. También tenemos todos nuestros enlaces oficiales por acá. Cualquier pregunta que tengan, déjenla por acá. Y además, si estás viendo esto y tienes preguntas de alguna cosa que dijimos por acá que no es tan clara, aquí tenemos como un diccionario de trading para ti, para que lo entiendas en inglés y en español. Así que, sin duda. Y ahora, eres un degenerado como nosotros. Si quieres tradear futuros, cae en nuestro sitio web rapidísimo, te metes en tutos. Todo esto es gratis, de nuevo. No, nada que venderte por acá. Te metes en cómo tradear en Bluffing. Y acá en 5 minutos sabes cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo usarlo, porque a veces es un poco confuso de, güey, ¿dónde está para meterle en futuros? Te enseñamos dónde está futuros, te enseñamos cómo mandar tu dinero a tu cartera, cómo ponerlo de funding en futuros y luego de ahí también lo de cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, etcétera. Aquí lo tienes en Bluffing, que es nuestro exchange favorito para criptomonedas exclusiva. Le picas acá y también estamos en BTCC por si quieres. Y acá se avecina un trade para mí que me gusta, la oportunidad. Tesla está entrando en una zona donde me gustaría shortearlo. Ahora, Tesla a largo plazo, saben ustedes que lo amo y que por alguna razón esta vez he comprado lo que parece ser el fondo, que sigo sin creerlo. No creo que sea, no creo que sea, pero la razón por la que les estoy diciendo esto es sencillo. La razón por la que les digo esto es porque creo que se avecina un trade bueno para Tesla, cortoplacista, y sin más ni más, solamente para que lo chequen en BTCC, donde puedes también comprar acciones tokenizadas y funciona tal cual como Bluffing. Damas y caballeros, les tengo aquí al tío Alex, al tío Farhan. Vamos a darle con absolutamente todo. Me acabo de dar cuenta que mis audífonos no estaban conectados acá. Morning, boys.
Buenos días, muchachos.
Dude,
What
I
are you
had
doing?
spicy chicken sandwich last night from a brand new place. That was my cheat meal. I can't tell you what happened to me all night, sweating bullets. Like the spice was too much. I ate too much, fucking dying this morning. And let me tell you something. If you're eating something that's really spicy to your mouth, there's another area in your body that's also going to feel the spice and you're not going to like it. And that's where I'm
Oh
at
yeah.
right now.
Yeah, your
So
colita will not like that very much.
it's en fuego, señor, as they would say. Shall we look at Bitcoin? I need you guys to tell me what to do. I have this long. I haven't checked the chart. I don't even know what the price is right now. Maybe I'm out. But I
Let's
want to know
check.
what you guys are looking at. I'm curious. I'm curious.
Oh, I'm super fail.
Here we go. Here we go, sir. Let me remove mine. Mr. Farhan. Where are we at? Oh, yes.
Let's
That's good for
go
me.
to the weekly, which we just had a fresh closure. I'll switch the index on this one. All right. So right now, the weekly made its way all the way up to the top 38.2%, which as of this moment, it is rejecting that 38.2%, which is natural to reject it on the first tap around. Weekly has just opened though. It's only been open for about what 13 hours, something like that. And you're not really gonna expect it to blast right through the first time around. Like it's natural to get rejected the first time around. And once this weekly candle ends, you're not even gonna be able to see this on the price action. Right now, if you look at the momentum is still pointed very sharply to the upside, just about to break into the bullish control zone, while volatility has now flipped up to support it. And the jewel has once again extended its move on the buy signal, getting out of the bearish control zone, very close to making it into the bullish control zone. And if you notice, this weekly close was over every single one of these lower highs. Now we've taken this previous downtrend, taken out this previous lower high, and now we're working on an uptrend. Sure, we can get a higher low from here, and if we do get a higher low, I'd be looking somewhere around. This is going to be a little bit scary. This 5 EMA. 5 EMA is a little bit low right now. It's sitting somewhere about $97,000. Although this move is not going to be actionable until certain things, which I'm going to mention later on. Now, if we switch into the 2-week, which we just had a close as well, 2-week also closed over its last major lower high. This is the one that we had right before we mega dumped. And 2-week is now also shifting strongly up on momentum with volatility coming to basically extreme lows, sitting at 15%. And the jewel's losing its sell signal on 2-week, curving back around, very, very close to a buy signal. Very likely on this next close, it's going to confirm that buy signal. We also had a major 10-day close. Let's go to that one. This one also closed over every single major lower high. The only next high to go after this previous 10-day close is gonna be the all-time highs. And at the very least, based off of this close, you will likely get a test. This previous 10-day close also we closed over the median. This is the first time that we've closed over the median on the 10-day since back in October of 2024. And what we got at that point was we got a slight little retest of the median, and then we just went blast off. Right now, it's possible we can get a retest of the median. I just don't think it's as likely because of how low it is. It could still come all the way down to this median, retest it, and then blast off, and it would still be very bullish. But that median right now is sitting right around $93,300. Still possible, but it's not going to be anywhere near actionable as long as you're above about $98,000. And to be even more into it, like you have to lose $100,000 first, and that $100,000 level will be a psychological support. If we look at the last time the jewel gave us a buy signal on the 10-day, it was back in October of 2024. But the significance now is we went a lot lower than we did back then, while price is giving us a significantly higher low than we did back then, giving us hidden bullish divergence on the 10-day, which, let's see. Have we confirmed it? We have definitely already confirmed that hidden bullish divergence now, and the target will be minimum all-time highs, which you can use the HPDR to give you an idea, which would be the 38.2%, and that right now sits at about $115,000. Now let's switch over a little bit to a little bit of a lower time frame.
The price is so fucky today. Like, it's unbelievable.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
wild swings.
Really bad day to be high leveraged, in my opinion.
It's
Really
the
bad
classic Trump dump after the pump that he dumped. So, one of those.
He can't let either side win.
Exactly. None of you normies win. Now I'm going to get in my trade. All right. Now that everybody's out, I'm going to go in full leverage and just do it.
Now that the Donald is taking your liquidity, I'm gonna go full long. I'm gonna go 100x, 100x.
And then he goes, I'm also going to get that plane from Qatar. It's going to be a nice gift, nice present. I've seen a lot of planes, but this is the best one I've gotten for free.
Hey, I'll take a jet from Qatar.
Oh, dude, all day long. Are you fucking kidding me? I love Qatar too.
I'll wear their shirt on every single live stream if they give me a jet,
Whatever they need.
and you can't blame me for it either.
Nope.
On the 2-day, which we were just about to get a close tonight. On the last one, we closed freshly over the 38.2%. We have two closures over the 38.2% now. We opened over the 38.2%. And as long as we are holding over that 38.2%, we are in the zone for a breakout, like our Canadian neighbors would say. The last time we have a close over the 38.2% was back in April of 2025. We closed over the 38.2% and basically just went straight up until at that point was the 61.8%. So the 61.8% as of this moment sits at just over our current all-time highs, right around $111,000. And as long as we are over that 38.2%, this is going to be a target. Now let's shift over monthly. And monthly, just as I thought, was hoping for or planning for it happening, is beforehand monthly momentum was below the moving average. But as I noted many times before, that it was far from a closure and far from a confirmation. And what was likely to happen before the monthly closes was going to flip back over the moving average, which now it has done, and it's pretty strongly over that moving average, while volatility is still approaching 0%, it's at 6.67%. We get any type of close like this on this next month, very likely volatility is going to start expanding. Not going to right away go to over 15%, but it's going to start expanding very likely. And that's what's probably going to start our final, in my opinion, final run on this bull market. And the more general term is blow off top. Down a little bit. 2-week is, I mean, already did that one. Let's do a 5-day.
I'm going to take
Okay.
advantage of this break that Farhan's taking with his brain to remind everyone that the humanoid robots and the videos that you've all seen from China of them acting crazy and attacking people, they're all fake. Please, people, for the love of fucking God, you fucking goddamn
I
retards,
haven't
learn
seen those.
something. I went to dinner and someone like the whole table was talking about it. I was like, are you guys serious?
I haven't heard anything about this. I guess I'm living under a rock.
Good for you, man. Good for you. I want to crawl back into mine.
On the 5-day, we had a close about 2 days ago. Momentum for the first time shifted into the bullish control zone with volatility support since about late 2024. And the significance of this is the jewel is now lower than it was back then, giving it more juice or steam or whatever you want to say to continue to the upside than it did back then. Because at that point, the juice it's already topping out right over here in momentum, where the jewel made it into the critical zone. We still got a good amount of room to go before we get into the critical zone now. Wouldn't be all that crazy to see. Last time, where did we hit? Just about from the breakout, it would have been the 78.6%. So the 78.6% right now is $125,000. Wouldn't be all that crazy to hit that based off of, especially from how low we are coming on the jewel and giving us hidden bullish divergence on the jewel.
I'm sorry. Did you look at the weekly? Or just went
Yes.
straight into the 5-day? Because the weekly has also like
Yeah.
volatility expansion on it, on this like super pump.
Yep. This is on this previous close was the first time we had volatility expansion on the weekly since about February, where we had a
Yeah.
massive mega dump. And now we've got volatility expansion with momentum to the upside.
Mm.
Now let's go down a little bit. You're gonna see the Trump pump. We see the Obama pump, but the Obama pump was a little weak. I gotta say, a little weak.
You don't want to get pumped by Obama. He gets pumped by Michelle. That's Big Mike, of course. Everybody knows Big Mike. What a great guy he is. Big Dick Mike.
Massive dicks. Literally, I was about to say the same thing. Got the same rhythms.
That's so
On the 12 hour. We were literally saying the same thing at the same time. On the 12 hour, we were trying to get momentum to flip back up right at the reset zone. It still should be looked at it as not exactly a bearish, but a more cautious positioning because we're still below the moving average. So this is technically the area where you would put in a bull trap for going lower if you are going to go lower. So you should consider it not exactly bearish, like I said before, but just a little bit cautious, especially if you're holding longs and you are in massive profit. Maybe you want to consider taking a little bit of that profit. You don't have to close the whole position, but just start to like be in a little bit more cautious space as long as you're below that moving average. And the closer you get to this wick high, as long as you're below that moving average, the smarter thing would be to start scaling it short, to be honest, especially because of how small your risk would be. Sure, like we are in a very bullish environment, but you got to take the trade if an opportunity approaches. And if you can lose like somewhere around here, maybe 0.5% if you're wrong, versus if we test that 9 EMA, somewhere around even 102s. Let's say the weekly 9 at about 10, I think it's 102.7, something like that. You'd still make around like 2% versus 0.5%, which is 4-1. Even if it doesn't work out, which in my opinion probably won't, but my opinion is worthless, it's worth taking no matter regardless, because it's just logical. All right, we switch down a little bit. And go to the 8-hour. 8-hour is now solidly above that median. We're getting a nice bounce off the 9 EMA. If you notice, the last place we bounced off of before we went basically up only was this 9 EMA. Front ran this 21 a little bit, but the 9 was, in my opinion, the more important one. Bounced right off that 9 EMA. Got another little test of that 9 EMA. Blast off. Right now, we're closing over that 9 EMA. Still not quite what you'd want to see to just long here based off of that. You want to see a closure over this median, and you want to see this candle close green, then you would have a lot more probability of going back up to that 38.2%, around $106,000. But you still got an hour and 54 minutes to go, and a lot can happen in an hour and 54 minutes. Or the 4 hour. 4 hours starting to shape up now. We closed below the 9. Now we're back above it, back above the 5 EMA, holding this 38.2%. If we can close above the 9 and the 5 EMA, that is going to be a swing failure pattern for me, and I'm going to be looking for $106,000. But we haven't quite gotten that yet. Now, let us switch over a little bit.
I like that we're going into 2 hours these days. We should go into the 3 minute at the end of this.
Fortunately, I don't have that one set, but I have 5 minutes. I have a very massively degenerate 90x long open,
Do you really?
but it's only with like $300, so it doesn't
On corn?
matter. Yeah.
Oh, good. Long team.
On the 2 hour, we're also flipping back up on momentum. So just about to get back over the volatility to confirm volatility expansion. We have a nice retest of this 9 EMA. What I want to see is this candle start turning green. And then from there, as long as we're above that median, it likely will move up. Maybe we'll get one more retest of that median. And I would expect to see a retest of this 38.2%, which would be quite fucky to see. Slight fill of this wick, maybe go slightly higher to about $106,000, make our rejection there, and then we get that pullback. That'd be a little fucky. But what makes it a little bit less likely to see that is when I switch over to the daily and then apply this. Let's make the HPDR disappear. This is what makes me a little bit more short-term bullish, short to medium term. Is that we have the moon. The bull moon has appeared, the full moon. If you notice on the full moon, we call it the bull moon, but what's more a better way to call it is the local bottom moon, because you get full moons in bear markets too. But usually, like it's not that it gives you a massive pump; it's that it marks a local bottom. So you shouldn't really see moves to the downside after the full moon, because then it wouldn't be a local bottom. So like if you notice right here, when we had this full moon, it was the local bottom. Sure, we retested it, didn't go below it, and then just blasted off. Go right here. This was the full moon, local bottom, sort of retested it, went up. Full moon right here, local bottom, came down to moved up a little bit, retested it, I got another pump. Full moon right here. This was the local bottom, retested it. But first we actually went up, so the moon did play out. Over here, we got to move to the upside. This was the temporary local bottom. Sure, it was eventually broken, but it was the local bottom because we got 2 closures. Over here, mark this as the local bottom, up only. So as of right now, if we were to listen to the moons, sure, like what Crown mentioned, if you were to take Mondays away from the strategy, it is more profitable. But that strategy works off of just blindly opening with the closure over the 12-hour, or just blindly opening over closure, not closure, blindly opening on the bull moon and then closing blindly on the bear moon. It doesn't tell you that you might get a move to the upside when the moon appears, or you might get a scam wick or any of that. It just works purely off of closures. So for example, like I'll show you one where right here. So you took this position right here whenever you got the full moon. You would have taken a long right here. You went all the way over here. You were still in profit. You wouldn't have sold based off of that strategy. You were waiting for the bear moon to sell. So you had still been in this position for all the way down here, all the way down here. Now you're at a loss. The bear moon appears. You sold this one at a loss. That's what the strategy is based off of. Where if you were to remove the Mondays, then it becomes more profitable. As long as we have that bull moon here, kind of hard to see this bottom breaking, or else this isn't going to be a local bottom. Let's take the moons away.
Don't take them away. Don't take
I'm
the
taking
moon
away your moon.
It's very Japanese cartoon, right? Like they can just destroy planets. I'm gonna take away your moon. And someone step them, and they really do. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, in that one anime, Yu-Gi-Oh dude is fighting a bunch of like sea monsters and a guy who controls the sea. So he shoots a missile at the moon and destroys the moon to dry up the sea.
In
Pretty
Dragon
hilarious.
Ball, they also destroyed the moon so that Goku on the original one, so that Goku wouldn't transform into the beast. I think it was Piccolo.
Pretty funny. He can just casually destroy a moon, but then
Just
some dude shows up and
nothing happens. Nothing happens.
they kind of hype like whenever Piccolo makes his entrance, they hype him up and shit. He's looking all badass, and then he just gets beaten up in 15 minutes and waits for
At some
Goku to
point,
arrive.
yeah, at some point, the other guy goes, "All right, enough playing." Powers up, and that's it.
Piccolo's job, he has two jobs. One is to raise Gohan. The second one is to hold him off until Goku arrives.
He's a busy man, dude. He's a busy boy.
Piccolo should be getting the Father's Day gifts, not Goku.
I think so too.
On the quarterly on Bitcoin, still got that active 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. We're going to remain active as long as you're closing over $76,702. Now you're getting a move up on the RSI with this pump scheme. Your next target is going to be the critical zone, which is going to update, and it's going to update probably 2 times before we hit it. And as of this moment, this critical zone sits at $526,000, and each time it updates, it's going to drop by a lot. And we probably have 2 updates at least. Monthly is now just about to invalidate the bearish divergence. Waiting for the invalidation at this point is kind of a formality, although sure, we can just get a complete rejection and turn this monthly candle red. Just a little bit less likely. And we will invalidate this bearish divergence with any close over $95,871. And then if you notice, monthly is still in an uptrend. If you get a invalidation of this bearish divergence, what you're going to do is you got a lower low than all of these lows on momentum with a higher low on price, giving you monthly hidden bullish divergence. And a monthly hidden bullish divergence right at the edge of the bearish control zone give you a minimum target of hitting this simple moving average, especially since you're coming from 0% not 0%, but extreme lows on volatility, and you're just now about to get a monthly volatility setup. Monthly is right at that moving average on the BBWP. Once you start expanding, you're going to get one of these monthly volatility moves. And the last monthly volatility move you had was in October of 2023 when this original bull market first started and price was in the $30,000 range. We went basically more than 100% up, like 150% up to $74,000. Same exact setup that we have there that we have now. And I believe then we also had hidden bullish divergence too. No, actually we didn't. So we have hidden bullish divergence now too that we didn't have back then. Huh. I apologize, George, for doubting you. I wasn't familiar with your game.
I've been drinking scotch all night, so it's fine. Thanks, George.
Appreciate it,
On the
George.
2 week right now, we got active hidden bullish divergence, which was confirmed, I believe, on the last close about a day ago. And that hidden bullish divergence will be active as long as you're closing over $74,441. And our next move on that divergence is going to be a test of the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about 1085, just below current all-time highs. The next move is into the simple moving average, and that's at new all-time highs at about $118,000. So it's very close to my bias of 120. And 2 week is now also giving us a volatility setup, which we will get to in the momentum chart. 2 week is also losing that sell signal on the jewel, which we mentioned before. I'm curious, does this one have it? Yep, and the 10-day, mentioned this on the, I think I sent it into the group chat, where 10-day on this previous close, which we just had 2 days ago, confirmed a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. Last time we've had hidden bullish divergence on the 10-day was back in our summer consolidation of 2023 before we had our original United States setup. And we have a fresh buy signal on the jewel, which we haven't had since that setup back then in 2024. We went lower on the jewel, giving us hidden bullish divergence. It's just looking amazing. We got hidden bullish divergence on the jewel. We got hidden bullish divergence on the RSI. 10 days giving us now a volatility setup. Everything is pointing towards the bulls direction. I don't have the stats on this one because I've not back tested the 10-day, but the if the 5-day were anything to look at or the weekly, Once you go below the 15% and you start expanding, you have an 85% chance of a 30 to 35% move from there. And 10-day is a lot more high of a time frame than the 5-day and the weekly. Probably you move more than 30 to 35%. But let's just take 35% to be conservative from this point of expansion. We expanded after this candle here. Let's draw a vertical line. Which candle is this? Interesting. Expanded on a dump, and then that expansion led to a massive pump ski. And we're up about 32 to 33%. Very, very close to that 5-day target. If we were to take it, maybe 45%, because we are, to be fair, twice the 5-day time frame. Means it's about $115,000. Let's mark with a vertical line when we got the previous move and see how much of a move we got. Expansion after this candle. Expansion after this candle. That should be enough. I would do one more. This one give us an uninterrupted move of about 76.69%. 2 periods of consolidation, so 20 days of consolidation, and then another 272%. Another 2 periods of consolidation, and then about 418%. Although this is very early in Bitcoin history, and we also had the greatest money printing operation in American history at that point. This one was a move to the downside. How much did we move down? Immediately about 39%. No, immediately about 45%. This one was to the upside. Immediately about 45%. And then about 79%. Very similar numbers before. This one. Immediately about 38, 37% before some consolidation. And then we went up 106. This one was about 56%-ish, 57%. This is the more immediate one instead of taking the consolidation period. So about 43%. Very, very, very in line. And $115,000. Now let's go to a little bit lower. Three-day still has that active drive, regular bullish divergence. It's going to be valid as long as you're closing over $93,450, and your next move is into the critical zone, which you're very close to. And right now the critical zone sits at, it's not very interesting. This is going to update in 9 hours, but right now it's at 142,800. Would love to see this at 120, although that's quite the update on just one closure, so it's probably going to take a couple. 2-day currently is active. 3 drives of bullish divergence, going to be active as long as you are above, what number is this? 94 to 92. Your next move is into the critical zone, and right now the critical zone sits at $119,747, 120. Daily also has active hidden bullish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing above 102,338. And your next move is into the simple moving average, which is not really that high up. It's 104,590. But the move that actually matters, or the area, the target that's important, is the critical zone. The critical zone at the moment is about $134,000, which also will update. So any lower time frame divergences? 12 hours got 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. A little easy to invalidate though. You'll invalidate it below 102,346. Next move is into the critical zone, which is at about 115, 116. Whoa, 115, very interesting. That would be that 45% number. Lines up with an RSI target too. 2-hour currently has regular bearish divergence active, and it will be active as long as you're closing below 104,602. Your next move would be into the bearish control zone, and that level sits at about 103,550. Does that line up with any of our EMAs? None of mine at the moment. And it is looking like a little bit of a weak divergence, especially because we already are very close to the bearish control zone. And a confirmation of that move lower is to that 10 what was it 103,550 is going to be a close below about 103,636. So that's like $100 move down. Not really much. Probably not even worth something trading. Let's check divergences on Tether. Okay. Tether dominance still has on the quarterly regular bearish divergence, and it's going to be active. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below 5.85%. Your next move is going to be into the neutral zone, which at the moment is at about 3.58%. And you get a nice little head and shoulders on Tether dominance on the quarterly. I'm not going to take the target because it gives you a negative number, and that's not really worth drawing out. Monthly is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, and it will confirm as long as you close anywhere below 4.94%. And your target on the divergence at a minimum is going to be your simple moving average. Well, first is going to be your neutral zone. Neutral zone is at about 3.99%, very close to our 3.5s. And then your next move is the bearish control zone at 1.4. But this is going to update. Probably goes to somewhere around 2s. And that 3.5-ish number from before lines right up with our monthly 100 EMA. Okay. Shares, not really anything on this one. Is it close to? Very close to invalidation. So this is regular bullish divergence on Tether dominance on the 2-week. Basically, you could say that the invalidation is going to be a formality, because if you were to close, because you have one close already below this candle, if you close the second one below 4.94%, that divergence is going to be invalidated, and you'd have a minimum target of hitting this 200, about 3.85%. Probably a little bit lower to go to that monthly 100 at about 3.5%. Weekly has now regular bearish divergence active, which makes it a lot more likely that 2-week divergence is going to invalidate. And that is going to be active as long as you're closing below about 6.24%. Your next move is into the bearish control zone at very, very bias fitting 3.49% number, hitting that monthly 100. See if there's any bullish divergences here. This is the close at, so there definitely is now. There is a signs on the short terms showing up of a short term bounce on Tether and maybe a little bit of a pullback on Bitcoin, and that comes with possible bullish divergence on Tether dominance on the 4-hour. If you notice, price is continuing to make lower lows, but the RSI is continuing to make higher lows, giving you a possible bullish divergence. And the way to confirm that divergence right now is going to be to get any close over about 4.59%. That will give you a hidden bullish divergence, and from there you should get a targeted move into this 21 EMA. Right about like 4.63%. How much of a move is that on Tether? Let's see. About 1.8% gives you maybe a 4 to 5% pullback on Bitcoin. Very, very, very high probability this is just going to be a rejection in the lower high, where you find a higher low on Bitcoin and then dumpski. And that bullish divergence, remember, is just a possibility as long as you're not closing, as long as you're closing below 4.59%. One. So.
No, bad beat cunt. No.
Oh, it's breaking down.
Close to my stop loss. Let's see. It's a nice Monday to get fucked. No? This is gonna get a little glass of wine so I can start my morning like right.
Bitcoin didn't wine and dine us before it fucked us.
I bought a pack of cigarettes because after I get fucked, I like a good smoke. So.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I'm gonna buy 2 packs because this is a good. Oh, that's it.
Oh wow, nice.
All right, good. So yeah, that's good. I was stressing out there. It's looking good.
On the quarterly, we still got momentum pointed to the upside, about to break into, actually is breaking into the critical zone, currently is in the critical zone. And this is the first time we've ever been in the critical zone in Bitcoin history. And we're currently pointed up as long as we're above $93,000. Monthly is currently positioned to the downside, but we are above the momentum pivot. Same thing that happened with the what do you call it, the 2-week, where we went above the momentum pivot, although we were positioned to the downside. And we're now getting volatility expansion. We're just at the moving average. If we get that volatility expansion, 85, well, the monthly, it's 100% chance that we get that volatility expansion in the direction of the momentum. And right now, momentum will be flipped up as long as we're above $100,500, which we're about $3,000 above that number right now. 2-week is also giving us that same exact setup. 2-week is freshly flipped to the upside, and the momentum pivot has dropped by quite amount. Previously, this momentum pivot was at $99,900. Now it's sitting at $94,900, and we are going to be flipped up as long as we are above this number. And we're flipping up at the edge of the bullish control zone, with, making the significance that the bears could not get the momentum out of the bullish control zone. Likely, when this happens, you usually go up to the critical zone, like it did right here and it did right here. And a move up to the critical zone would come with a massive pump ski on the Bitcoin price. Weekly is also pointed very sharply to the upside. It is now entering into the bullish control zone, and it's going to be pointed up above $80,500. And weekly is going off of a volatility setup with many periods of 0% volatility. 5 days also giving volatility expansion with momentum entering into the critical zone, and we are pointed up above 87,100. The last time we freshly entered into the critical zone was right over here in our little consolidation period, around $65,000 to $68,000, before we blasted off to all-time highs of around 100,000.
I don't even know what's going on with Bitcoin price right now. Like,
Jeez,
just in a row.
Snuking.
My P&L just went up literally $4,000 in that second. That's crazy.
Sheesh.
Cray.
Why is it dumping? Any news, guys?
I don't think so. Other than this morning, the morning news was bearish. That was really bad. It was so weird because Bitcoin's news flow this morning was super good. And I was like, damn, like there's no way we're not going to pump. And we just did not pump. We could not get it up at all. And I was like a million margin long this morning. I just did not like that wick high rejection at all. That just seemed really fucky to me.
Now my trading view is completely freaking the fuck out and not working at all. I don't know what's going on.
Mark, like this shit's capitulating, bro. I'm shocked on this. Like I was not expecting to be up $8,000 on this position right now.
I think I got to update. I mean, refresh. Like not working.
All right, it's the traditional pump and dump before the pump of the dump. Because it's working really well.
And since I'm saying my P&L, I'm 100, we're marketing on bottom, but I'm not serious in that, so don't long this at all. But yeah, whenever I get excited on stream about P&L, I every single time round trip it, every single time. It's like a weird thing to the point where I've mentally noted it. So funny. Weekly 9 to me just seems like the spot. 99.8, I don't see why it wouldn't get hit, in my opinion. That just seems likely.
So on the 5
Your
day, we
trading
are
view?
still.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
now it's working.
Right.
5
Okay.
days still going to be. Oh, yeah, on the Bybit. Let's go to the index. 5 days still positioned to the upside, entering into the critical zone. You're going to be pointed up above $87,100 with volatility support. 2 days now flipped to the downside, which does go along with the idea of a short-term pullback. And we have the silver cross, which would be kind of nice to come back to this, give you a perfect retest of the silver cross, get out everybody at this area, and then you could massively send it. Put a lot of fear in the market too. Getting a nice little quick dipski below $100,000. Tap this 9 EMA. 9 EMA is the exact same place we came to before the last major breakout, major breakout. And who's to say we can't do that again? And that's right at that $99,000 area. And this is going to slowly rise as well. Would that be with 3-day silver cross also?
You called it, Alex. Alex called it. He was like, "This is gonna be the bottom because I said it on stream." Did you close your short? Hang on, you're muted. You're muted.
No, of course not. No. So,
This is the fuckiest day
we'll see.
ever.
So like we're testing, like right now we did lose support on the 15-minute and the 30-minute. So like the hope is that we retest that and reject and dump again. But I mean, 99% hit rate is every time I talk about P&L on stream, I round trip it and it marks the bottom. So we'll see. Hopefully not. That would suck, honestly.
I took your advice when you said this is the bottom when I round trip it, because there is a truth to that. You know what I mean? Not only yours. Like whenever we share our P&Ls, it's just like happening. So I did enter along on 41x, like, and I'm up like $1,000 right now. I already moved my stop loss.
It does do that though. Like I don't know why. I've shared it 5 times, and each time by the end of the stream, I'm either pulling a red P&L or I've round tripped it, break even.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
I'll see.
Sorry,
and the hopium for the bulls on that is that we are right at that daily 5 EMA. As long as we're holding that 5 EMA and bouncing from there, you usually just keep going up. Once you lose that 5 EMAs, when you start that consolidation around the 9, and then you go up from there. So to be honest, even if you go lower, the end goal is still going up.
Yeah, I agree.
Daily is with 2 day being flipped down below $104,500. Daily is freshly flipped to the upside, and it did close after a flip up after the previous close, and it is going to be flipped up as long as you're above $103,830. Why because my HPDR not working on my other setup. Let's flip down a little bit lower. Come on. 4 hours now flipped to the downside. Volatility is still contracting, however, and it is going to be flipped down as long as you're below $105,000, basically. And now 2 hours getting volatility expansion momentum to the downside. We will flip up in about an hour and a half if we can close over 103,800. Very close to that number. Hourly flip down with volatility expansion as long as we're below $104,000. 104 seems to be very important. And now the 30-minute is flipping to the upside, starting to sort of deviate this 200 SMA. If we can get close over it, I will consider that a deviation, and with momentum to the upside from this low, well, I would be inclined to say that daily 5 EMA could be our local bottom for now. Waiting to see for this closure, but it is kind of promising to see momentum starting to flip back up on the very low time frames, pivoted up as long as you're above 102.9, and the daily is still positioned to the upside, freshly to the upside, as long as you're over like 103.8. So now all of the high time frames on Bitcoin are still mega bullish to the upside now. At first, it was leaning bearish for like a few weeks. Now it's significantly bullish. I would say it's sigma bullish for some people, and it's we're getting momentum still to the upside on the quarterly, despite going down below the pivot for a little bit. Monthly is now flipping to the upside. We're above the pivot. 2 week is now freshly flipped up, holding the bullish control zone, putting in fresh hidden bullish divergence. 10-day has hidden bullish divergence, fresh buy signal on the jewel. We've closed over every one of our previous major lower highs, especially on the 10-day, which 10-day would give you a target of current all-time highs with how we've closed. In the short term, sure, we could get a pullback. We are getting momentum onto the downside on the 2-day. Hopium is that the daily's already flipped back up, which could bleed into the 2-day. But if you start to lose about let's say $100,000 flat, if you want to be aggressive, you can use like 102, 1027. If you start to lose those areas, then you're probably going to come back down a little bit, retest somewhere around $99,000, $99,800, somewhere around $100,000. But even that area, I would be looking for a high opportunity zone, and I think we're probably going to blast through 106 after that. So it doesn't really matter what happens on the short term, just short-term fluctuations. But I do think this is going to end up with a breakthrough to the upside.
Damn. I hope you're right, because now my long is way more attractive and I added more size. So let's though. Sorry, Alex. I know. let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
We'll see. Yeah. So last night, I mean, all weekend, we were basically pretty bullish. It seemed to me like Bitcoin really was itching for a breakout. We were just watching the range, 104.4, 104.3 to 103,000. And so that's still, we're still in a range now, right? When you go to the top of the range, you often test the bottom of the range. It's very simple. For me, though, it just seemed a little weird that, each and every time that we would test close to 105s, we would solidly reject it. To me, I went very long last night before I went to bed. I told the Discord and the Academy, I posted a longs. I was very bullish, and I was honestly expecting today to break out. When I was asleep, we actually moved on Bitcoin all the way up to like 105,800. But this was very interesting to me to see, because to me, it's like, why would we go all the way up here, take all these stops, and not continue up? And once we lost the 4-hour 9, I was generally like, I'm really not trusting this entire thing. And what if all of the weekend longs have just been max longing? Because I've been doing that. I was $1 million leverage long literally last night. Up 16 grand on this wick, round tripped it, woke up, I was up 4 grand. I closed it for $400 profit. But then I'm like, if we're actually going to like dump down here, I'm definitely not going to want to hold $1 million leverage long up at the top. I'm going to feel like an asshole up here, longing early. I just don't want to do that. So for me, I have to look at tether dominance. I'm like, well, is a pullback here likely at all? And when I see this, I'm like, well, yeah, we very easily at this point, we are in the gray zone on the chart, but we very easily could go up to that 4.69%. Actually put in the retest and then go down. What this could lead in is a simple, small retest on Bitcoin if we get something like this. It would still be very to the book, very bearish. This is proven on this dump on May 10th that this is resistance. So ideally, this will hold. If we start reclaiming back above the daily SMA 200, that's when we can start questioning if we're actually then going to see a deeper pullback on Bitcoin. So going to the index chart, I mean, where are we looking at now? Well, we're in this range. So, I mean, really, you're really not dumb scaling longs here, because per the Academy trade last night, it would have filled. I was looking at a move down basically to 103s. I wanted to see that 4-hour 21 hit, and specifically the 12-hour 9. Because what we know with this 12-hour 9 is this is a long signal within itself. As long as you are above the 12-hour 9, you do have a long signal. And what you have is perfect confluence of this 12-hour 9 right around the mean line. So this should theoretically be support. This should be it, in my opinion. And that's why I'm literally looking at my phone as I'm talking to you all, ready to close my trade and flip long. I'm watching the 15-minute candle. For me, though, it's going to be a very crucial close and day, in my opinion, because what that move did last night was it really gave us some nasty candles that we can't disregard. This is a massive 12-hour shooting star. This is a wick high, took all the stops, basically closed almost lower than that previous wick low. It just did not look good. But then when we start looking at the weekly, and this is where everything started to come into picture for me, I'm like, okay, what did we have here? Well, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. So we have been going straight up, literally just straight up only for 5 weeks now. We've had no pullbacks. We finally have a beautiful weekly close. It seems like everyone is on the camp now that we're going to make a new all-time high. And for me, what would be more fucky to see? Well, what would be more fucky is either a move down to that 99.8, which was very important for us. When we got a 1 minute close above 99.8 on Friday, we broke out really hard from this point. So we know that's a very important spot. 99.8 is the first zone. We can take that from these wick highs here. This should be an SR flip. But if we start losing 99.8, then basically my analysis of last week it's put back on play, which is essentially this. We're going to go all the way back down to that weekly 9. We haven't retested that yet. This will be an aggressive pullback. We're going to go back down to around that 95K, 95.5. Because what we could be doing within that is if this weekly 9 moves up to 95.5, this could just be a very dirty, shallow, higher low. And something to note is when we were shorting this whole move down successfully, anytime we'd start getting the opposite vibes, like we absolutely are just printing on shorts and we don't think we're ever going to go back up to like the 88s, we literally so fast would go back up, and it would always go to where? The weekly 9. And we would reject it. First tap right here, beautiful short. If we had that same strategy, this would have printed us tendies. And then same idea, right? Didn't take out our invalidation. And then here rejected until we broke out. And one thing to note is you're not really breaking away from this. You shouldn't generally be testing the weekly 9 a bunch of times. Similar to like when Bitcoin broke out, each time it tested it here, it generally was like an opportunity. Like here, we didn't test it for multiple weeks. Boom, hit it, opportunity. And then here's when we started to lose it. So for me, it would be like 99.8 within today, tomorrow, a move. If we can hold that, we'll probably see all-time highs. But if we start losing 99.8, specifically the daily 9, I'll have to really be questioning if we're going to see a move all the way down to 95.5s. And with what we saw on this move down, even though, yes, we're pumping, it just tells me that a lot of longs are over leveraged because that was a very aggressive dump down. I was even surprised. I was like, wow, I was short and I wasn't expecting that much of a move. So to me, it's just very important that we watch carefully because Bitcoin could just be in a process of a breakdown. And we'll have to watch how the day goes. We just hit the bottom of support. But with the daily looking this way, it still could be pretty heavy. And we could theoretically just have a magnet to that daily 9, which is at 101, leaving, longs here kind of like shorting the easy move when they should just be waiting for the daily 9. Now, that's if we lose this range. 103s are very important for bulls to hold. If we start losing 103s, this will start confirming the itchings of a major breakdown on Bitcoin. In quotation, because each breakdown scenario inevitably leads to a major breakout. I agree with Farn in that sense that if you go to 99.8s, this is going to be my first area where I'm going to be looking very closely at this point to max long. And it could come really like a wick down, 99.8 gets hit, and then you literally wick up, close above the 9, and then next to open, you just send. Similar to here where you just like took all the liquidity out, could do that to the downside. Because if Bitcoin ends up going to 99.8 from current price, that would be right now a 3.48%. Good chance that, that would probably get everyone pretty bearish. And if not, then we would have to probably go to that 95.5, and that would do the trick. Because each time we go to the EMA 9 in a very trending move, I've seen this every single time. The only thing that changes is volatility and the moves. You either get a major move up or down. You then start getting crypto Twitter and everyone super bearish, super bullish, or everyone's talking about the same levels. For me, I'm always loving that weekly 9 trade, specifically when you haven't tested it in such a long time. And we've taken these before. Absolutely, I've taken these before. you know, it's just, like I said, it's just kind of rare to hit it. So if we can actually see this EMA 9 on the weekly move up closer to that 95.5, that to me is going to be great confluence that, you know, if we do end up being fucky before we break out, which could absolutely happen on 5 weekly green candles, we've seen up only. So it could absolutely happen. You know, that to me is where the kind of the extremity long is. Now let's look at the HBDR and see if we get any confluence of that idea. And what you're seeing is the median has shifted down nicely, and it is sitting at 92.2. So, you know, it's just when I gauge this, I'm like, yeah, this is very bullish. But we are at HBDR resistance. There's absolutely nothing telling me right now that this should break out other than volatility. But what we've seen before is volatility easily can flip in favor of bears, and you do have to wonder, why isn't this opening within a breakout, especially with this kind of price action? So a pullback at very minimum was logical here. Per the HBDR, you should be gauging a move down to 88s, technically speaking. If you get a weekly close like this down below, start breaking 99.8s, you will get a move down per the HBDR to like 88,000. Do I think that'll happen? Well, I hope not, because I'm really going to be trying to play that 95.5. So you could see into next week this shift up and match where the weekly 9 is. That definitely could happen. Because yes, the weekly is good, but I mean, really, the 2 weeks still is like nowhere near about to get a volatility move on that. And the monthly as well, you know, it is actually in the itchings of it, I will say. Because I think we did reset actually. Yeah, and I like seeing this when you ever so slightly reset and then launch up. We are in the itchings of this if we break above the moving average. Lower timeframes on Bitcoin now are retesting support. Bulls are watching the 15-minute to see if the throwback holds. Bears are watching to see if we deviate. You can draw a range like here. If this starts holding, specifically on an hourly, I'll consider closing that long or short. Because the hourly did hit the EMA 100 as well. Like there is a lot of legitimateness of longing in this zone. Absolutely. But what this could lead, though, unfortunately, is just like a very trappy scenario for bulls where this just capitulates down to the daily 9. And that would then still be a $2,000 candle down. And then what we'll get is probably a rally up, and we'll probably retest the zone, maybe back up to 104s and then reject. That's why for me, it's like I really want to start de-risking shorts if we get to the daily 9, but really the money shot for me is here. This should be like a pretty easy free move for shorts now. If I'm right, we should basically hit this today, tomorrow. This should then consolidate and then spring us up. Ideally, you know, we reclaim back above 104. That can be an easy trigger to long. And then once we do that, we should go up. This should give us a nice scenario, though, where, you know, aggressive longs are going to get smoked. You know, I was an aggressive long, so I have to then play into that because that's what basically that's what would have smoked me essentially this morning. And if that happens within 1 day, that's going to really concern everyone. While us here are going to be like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we're just retesting that breakout zone, right? 99.8 was always important. We were shorting the zone here before this major breakout. Now, it's rare that Bitcoin does throw it back sometimes when we're super bullish. Here, we really didn't do that. And then especially here, so it is questionable. But for the HBDR and EMA 9, my system says there's no concern here at all. If you go down to 99.8s, there's absolutely zero concern. And this is actually giving you confluence of a long simply based on that previous backtest of the breakout. Now, where could we look for potentially a stop if we do potentially go down to 99.8s? Like we always have to have an invalidation. And for me, if you start taking out essentially 98.8, if you start taking that out, I'll really be questioning that if we're about to see a major capitulation to the 95.5s. And this volatility is very nice because, you know, it's very rare in a market, just so everyone knows, that you can size up how we're doing and make this much money this quickly with this low of risk. Like, it is rare because volatility is just letting us do that. I'm degenerate. I could have just sold that for not $8,000 right there in a 1 hour trade and been good for the day. And I probably should do that. But with everything that I'm seeing and just the way my system works, it's telling me we're good to go. Like, short should have a free ride up to at least very minimum 4.69%. And remember, we always talked about this scenario. That's just how my system works. Whenever you get a big breakdown, visually, this just looks like a big inefficiency, just not very healthy. What's healthy for me is when you get those big moves up and then you can get, it's a liquidity game, and then you trap everyone and then you really can get the big move. All this does is just, it's to the book. It's just retesting, right? It's like, okay, well, what did we get? We probably got a weekly, right? Weekly close. Oh, great. So we have an SFP play. Awesome. So let's just gauge this as a bearish retest. So then that means that in the early weeks of this week, yeah, pullback is likely. Now, are we talking about a 9-10% pullback yet? No. A 2.4% pullback could literally equate to 99.8 on Bitcoin, and this could happen very quickly. Once this is done, bearish retest over, shorts like me are calling for lower, and we're longing. And then at this point, the bearish retest is over, and then we can literally nuke down to 4%. And it just plays into leaving everyone sidelined. But, there is legitimate concerns to be bullish at resistance here. And this could just be an easy money move to 99.8s. And I do believe we broke out on Friday, so there should be no reason not to backtest it. A little concerning, though. It is a little concerning, but that's just how crypto is sometimes, especially when we're pumping that much on a weekend. You see, ES1, Apple, all of them pre-market are up over 5%, 4%. It's not dumb to question those moves on a Sunday. I never trust a man with no shirt on. That's similar to like a Sunday pump. I'm like, I don't know about that. So we'll have to really gauge. I am short on Bitcoin. I did very vocally on the Discord post that I don't trust this move. I'm canceling all longs, and I closed all longs. So at very minimum, you should have at least had a gauge to look for weakness. I didn't explicitly give a short because it's aggressive, and I don't want to give aggressive trades. But I can take aggressive trades, of course. So that's fine with me. So that's kind of like what we're going to gauge. When I look at Tether dominance, though, this gives me max confidence on my short. I'm like, yeah, I really don't see why at very minimum we're not going to go to that SMA 200. Really, I don't see why we're not at this point. I could be totally wrong. And if the daily gets back with the SMA 200, consider me absolutely wrong. But until then, I mean, this just looks like a easy short in the brewing while every single person's long right now. And that's why you're getting these really big dumps. So that's kind of why I flipped bearish. I was very, very bullish over the weekend, but we got to flip-flop on data, and I'm not liking the fact that we made a major wick high rejection because I know how this game works. I know people like me were up 16 grand. They're going to wake up and they're going to say, all right, if we just get one more move up or maybe the lower high, I'm going to TP there. And then Bitcoin loses the 4-hour 9, and you see that, and you're still aggressive because you're like, well, we're going to break out. And then we're just dumping. And now all those people are holding longs like I would have, and they're, feeling the heat now. That is why I was really aggressive on the shorts and size because it just seemed like a great place to kind of screw over longs. So 99.8 for me to this daily 9. Let's be cognizant of the 12-hour EMA 9. This is a system trade. This could literally just bounce here. So it's not dumb to be looking for longs down here, but just understand that we still could like literally capitulate from this zone. Nothing is telling me yet that this is going to stop. And the fact that the 15-minute and 5 minutes, if it does start losing 103s, that could be my sign if you're long to just get out. Just get out at 103s and then simply wait. If you start reclaiming 103s again, long up. But, as long as you're under 103s, it's really going to start opening up. In my opinion, I drew this wrong. I'm looking at it like this. And if this is, as long as we're under 103s now, it's really going to start opening up 99.8s. So, and then this really could happen. And is this dumb to say if we lose the 2-hour EMA 34, won't we get a move up to the 100? Isn't this going to line up nicely with the daily 9? Aren't we in a process of a breakdown now with volatility freshly firing off? So it is just like in the midst of a breakdown. So, yeah, let's see ES1. Because my short did get stopped on this right here. but I very well could short this again. We're gauging the SMA 200, very similar to this short. You're under that daily SMA 200. Yeah, bullshit. You reclaim this and hold it. Amazing. Absolutely amazing bull market vibes. We'll long this. Boomers love that SMA 200. So do we open longs here? Do we open shorts here? No, we just wait. Either this or this. And what could this scenario give us on Bitcoin? Well, 99.8. And why also was I bearish? Well, when Ethereum's green, alts are green, but Bitcoin was not green this morning, I'm like, huh, that's concerning to me, honestly. Very concerning to me. Because what that is like a retail lure, right? Retail sees their meme coins, ETH, all of those are up. And I'm just like, huh, really the money should be flowing in Bitcoin then. And it wasn't. So, I mean, that's kind of all I have on Bitcoin. We're watching the 15-minute. I very well could flip long within the hour, and I very well could TP this short within the day. I think volatility is a brewing. We know CPI is coming, so that is like, I really don't like trading before CPI because I'll say all this and then we could just literally do nothing until CPI. And then it could literally just take my stops out, go to my TP, and then boom. Like, I don't like trading CPI. But what would be pretty nice, and maybe I'll be wrong on this idea, because what I'm hearing from the consensus is that inflation's going down, and everyone's expecting Bitcoin to go up from that. Now, I am expecting a liquidity grab move from that news, because, right, inflation's going down, should be bullish. So it could look something like this, and then we just like pump. And I could be totally wrong on this, but how Alejandro's even noted is, yeah, I mean, inflationary environments are bullish for Bitcoin. So that could be the trap tomorrow, in my opinion. Something to know is that if inflation is decreasing dramatically, that could theoretically be bearish for Bitcoin. Very like lower time frame, 5-minute bullish to then short, potentially. Now, if it stays the same or even increases, bullish as hell, in my opinion. Now, I just click buttons, though, so I don't know too much about fundamentals, but that's just what I've been gauging. Dixie's nice. We were calling a bottom. I'm still calling that. I mean, nothing's really changed. I don't know why these aren't straight. What's going on here? Yeah, I mean, nothing's really changed. I think that, we should never disregard an SMA 200 on a 2-week, specifically on Forex. This should give us a measured move to the 102.63. And at that point, you really just have to wonder if we're going to go up to my zone right here and retest this breakdown zone. I bet you Euro's dumping. Oh boy. Yeah, it is. And that was a nice call right here. And I bet you the Peso's pumping. Let's see that. Or I guess it's the other way. I always do that. Let's see. Oh yeah, looking nice. Fucky though. I've noticed that the Peso is more fucky out of all the currencies. It kind of trades like a shit coin. Like, it'll take all the stops and now we're bottomed. Could totally see that. Confirm bottom on Peso when you get above 20. Then it's going to look like, again, $22, still my measured move. Let's look real fast too. What was I going to? Oh, Bitcoin dominance. Yes. So let's see what's good, because everyone's there's a lot of euphoria in alts, and alts have been doing well, but like, what is good, right? And what we're seeing is on this move down, we've simply, yes, we are actually, we've trend shifted. So this is now in a downtrend on a weekly, in my opinion. But the nice part about this is we're still holding above the median. Now, we'll have to really see if this weekly 9 does get lost, because this being weak is kind of a concern. Because, I don't feel comfortable saying if this pumps, Bitcoin's going to dump. If this is going to start dumping, Bitcoin's going to dump with it. So I'm concerned on this, and this is a concerning deviation, possibly today. Let's see how the daily's looking. Okay, beautiful. So we have a very easy place here. Daily EMA 100 is going to be the spot. You lose this, yes, Bitcoin dominance is going to dump. Most likely the SMA 200. Very simple. I mean, that's it. Simple. You hold that, you're going to move back up to like 64s. You lose this, you're going to dump. And so what you're noticing is Tether dominance looks like it wants to pump. Bitcoin dominance looks like it wants to dump. And yeah, my short's printing. So yeah, this is now I'll really mark a bottom by doing this. So I am short. We'll see. Fully out at 99.8. And the nice part about 99.8, just like I showed, is once we do hit that, like, we'll know if we're quickly wrong on that. Like, truly, we'll know. And it's like, okay, if the daily 9 doesn't hold, let me check real fast the 2-day 9 as well. Massive top candle on the 2-day. I will just the CME have a premium still? Yeah, it does. So spot is still buying, technically. Nice premium too. But I mean, that does, if I've ever seen a top candle, that's one right there. Good Lord. On 5 weeks of green too. Yikes. Do we still have that gap? We do at 91. That's interesting. Now, this doesn't have to fill at all, but, you know, just confluence of, like, you know, this easily could fill this gap at 101.8 daily 9, even though CME's daily. Oh, this is the 2-day. Okay, good. Yeah, it could easily go up to like that daily 9, fill this gap. But like we do have a gap here that never got filled at 91.5s. So trends here. Yeah, that'd be interesting because if you filled that, you would flip daily trend though. I was thinking maybe this, but no, I would flip trend. And it could do that. I mean, we're trading Bitcoin, so it is fucky. Could do this, fill the gap, hold the 34 SFP, and then break out.
Oh, sure, I was muted. Are you you done? Hello? Are we live? Can you hear me?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, my hotspot disconnected. Okay, cool. So I forgot what I was saying, but I'm basically done. That's
Right.
all I have really. Today's gonna be quite important. But oh yeah, the bull moons. Essentially, like I'm with Farn though. Any pullback we're getting is going to be an opportunity, and there's absolutely no reason at all to get uber bearish as long as you're above the daily EMA 100. Just the simple criteria. No reason at all. And what this could do easily is into today, we very easily could form a Monday low, right? Hit the daily 9, hit 99.8, Monday low it. It's very common in markets to form a low on Mondays. And then at that point, like, you know, we end up grinding a bottom. I will say though, we had a bear moon here and this led to a big pump. So, you know, these aren't always try and true, but we still can't disregard the fact that this is very, very good. Actually, this is better than, you know, people's trading system hit rate. Literally, it's very good. But you know, that's it. So I'm basically done on Bitcoin. I'm mega short. My stops are break even, and I'm just looking to get out at 99.8. I'm very happy with that move. I think I make close to 40 grand. So I'm very happy if we get that. Obviously.
Is my all right, there we go. Let us switch to X. XRP actually has more data, so let's do the quarterly. The only shitcoin that you can actually put a quarterly chart on. All right, so XRP on the quarterly, we've got that move down on Bitcoin below $80,000 in the $74,000 area. XRP on the quarterly basically just got a nice retest of the 5 EMA, and that 5 EMA as of right now is just being a spring back up to our consolidation range somewhere around this area where we closed at about this $2 area. Now we're getting over that previous close, but we're still below this previous wick high. And as long as we are below this wick high, bears still do have a chance to reject this area, put in another lower high, even a swing failure pattern, and then drop us. And if that were to happen, then I'm gonna start switching over to basically max bearish on XRP, and I'm saying I'm gonna be on the bias that we're probably gonna go below $1. But until that happens, though, the OPM is still alive, and we still are over the 38.2%. So we still are in breakout posture. What's going to confirm for me the move up is not going to really be that helpful because you have to break all time, like not just break all time highs, you have to close over all time highs. But that should give you a pretty free move up to the $4 area, and I'll show that area very likely again through a different setup. Right now on the quarterly. Momentum is freshly breaking into the bullish control zone while volatility expands. And the last and only time momentum has ever freshly broken into the bullish control zone in XRP was back in about January of 2017. And at that point, price was at about 0.00300. So I believe that's, what is that, 100th of a cent? So one hundredth of a cent. And then it went from there to about $3.31. I can't even do the math on how many X's that is, but that's a lot. You could probably put in $1 and have good amount of money. You probably put in $1,000 and you're mega wealthy for life. That type of move. Life-changing gains. And the only other time that you've had volatility expanding with momentum like that was also back in this 2017 time. Looking a little crazy. Let's switch over, because this is relevant, to Total 3. Total 3 is the crypto market cap, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, and stablecoins. So this is basically, you can call it the shitcoin chart index, the shitcoin market cap. Total 3 is now on the verge of a breakout. You're right above 38.2%, right at the 50% on the HPDR. The last time you were in this area and what do you call it, flirting with this type of breakout was in October of 2020. Right after October of 2020 and 2021 is when altcoins went absolutely retardedly parabolic, where Axie Infinity went from like 50 cents all the way up to like $150 type of shit. These basically every single coin went up. You could have thrown a dart at a board, hit an altcoin, and you would have did like a 5x on that at a minimum. We're getting the same exact type of breakout now that we did back then. We're getting momentum freshly breaking into the bullish control zone with volatility support that's not happened since April of 2020. It's looking primed for the alt season that people have been calling for the last 2, maybe 3 years, saying, or 2 years saying that we're going to get an alt season, never materialized. Now it's seeming like it will. Let's go to, what was I about to do? Stable coins. Let's do XRP BTC. Now XRP BTC has closed over 2 closures, confirming the close over the 21 EMA, which the 21 has been resistance ever since XRP initially made its all-time highs in 2017 cycle. Look at this wick. Look at this fucking wick. 226,813% of a wick. I've seen a lot of wicks, believe me, I've seen a lot of wicks. Very beautiful wicks. I've never seen a fuck you wick like a 220,000% wick. Believe me, I've never seen one. Never in my experience. You could have put $1 into there and turned it into $226,000. Wow.
Fuck.
Notice the chart. Our favorite Chinaman.
Yeah.
This is right when Binance was in its inception too and was trying to become number one. Maybe it's not a conspiracy theory that Binance was trading against their customers. Maybe not. Definitely not. But the significance of closing over this 21 EMA is now that you're very likely to come up to retest this breakdown zone, right around, which lines up with the 78.6%, right around like many zeros 9 area of the XRP BTC price. That is like a 256% move up on XRP BTC. If you were to take and now go back to XRP. Zoom out a little bit. And if you notice, this golden pocket has been very significant on XRP. Whenever we had that initial all-time high run up, we had a swing failure pattern of the all-time highs. What we had before we actually completely broke down to that 12-cent area is we had a bearish retest of this golden pocket. Then we broke down. Our 2021 cycle highs were the golden pocket. Then we came back down. This is when XRP won that lawsuit, went all the way up to the golden pocket, perfectly tapped it, rejected, came back down. When we had our breakout in about October of 2024, that's when we saw it solidly started to close over there, and we started to close over the 78.6%, which was a rejection in our 2021 all-time highs. Now we have, at the moment, 2 closes over that 78.6% and a bounce off of that 78.6%. If this 78.6% does continue to hold, you'd have to take this with a grain of salt because this is a shitcoin based off of the Fibonacci rules. You'd have to go to the 161.8%, which I'm not saying this number is going to happen, not anywhere near this number, but that number is be $26.58. I'm not saying XRP is going to $26. I don't think it's going to go there anytime soon. If it does go there, maybe it's in the year 2200 to 2300, maybe 2050 to be the earliest. I don't think it's going there anytime soon. But the gist of this is a lot higher. Now let's go down to the monthly. Monthly is now also freshly flipping back up on momentum within the bullish control zone, maintaining the bullish control zone, not even getting close to the edge of the bullish control zone, while volatility once again starts flipping back up. And we're just basically getting a spring off of the 9 EMA. We came back all the down to the 9 EMA. We swept all of these previous lows, close over the 9 EMA, putting in a textbook swing failure pattern. And usually, whenever you have what do you call it, a sweep of the lows and close green, you end up testing the highs. The highs right now would line up with the 88.3%, right around $3.25, just around the current all-time highs. Next time you tap these all-time highs, especially based off of this lower high rejection, I can just imagine how many stop losses are in this area. Next time we tap this area, you probably get a God candle on XRP. Probably takes you up to somewhere around $4. And that's going to be the area where I'm thinking is going to be our next short-term consolidation point, maybe even our local top or macro top. And it would be very beautiful and poetic to see it at a very round $4.20 figure. I'd love to see that. $4.20. Please give that to us, Mr. Garlic House.
Yes, you're Mr. Garlic Bread.
Yes, I'm not quite Garlic House yet. On the 2-week, we're getting momentum flipping back to the upside, getting over the moving average, while volatility at the moment is still contracting. What we want to see is we want to see the 2-week close over this previous major lower high, which right now XRP has not done yet. Bitcoin has done it. XRP hasn't. So the longest time XRP was looking stronger than Bitcoin. Now Bitcoin has taken back the reins. But once XRP closes back over $2.59 on the 2-week, that's when it probably full sends and it probably goes straight to the 38.2%, which is currently at all-time highs at $3.41. And like I mentioned before, once you're tapping the liquidity in this area, probably doesn't stop, probably goes straight up to the 61.8% with very little pullbacks, if any at all, like one of these candles. And the 61.8% right now sits at $4.12. Just 8 cents below my number of $4.20. And just to be exact and just to be upfront with you, I'm not pulling this $4.20 number out of anything. Nothing is telling me this. I'm just pulling it out of my ass because I think it's funny. I'm not going to say that, oh, I have an RSI target of 420 because I absolutely do not. On the week, I just think it's a funny number, and I think crypto likes to do that type of shit.
Mm-hmm.
On the weekly, we're getting momentum to the upside, just about to break out of into the bullish control zone, but volatility expands from 0%, and we have a fresh buy signal on the jewel. And we're over the 38.2% on the weekly now. We haven't quite gotten a close over it on XRP like we have on Bitcoin. But if you can close over this 38.2%, last time you closed especially over the 38.2% was right here. And we went up very massively at that point. We went up straight to the 88.3%. 88.3% right now sits at $6.34. You guys remember the number I've been talking about in XRP for the longest time? I believe it was about $6. I'm not saying it's going to go to $6 here. I actually am less biased towards that now than I was before. I'm kind of thinking now somewhere around $4. But if you get a weekly closure over $4.12, $6 is next, and probably rather quickly too. When XRP likes to move, it moves like this, where it moves up X's without any pullbacks really at all. Well, it does pull back, like sure. This is a pullback from the open of about 10%, which is quite a bit for any other asset, but for a shitcoin, 10% is something to scoff at, something to sneeze at. Let's mark these buy signals on the jewel on the weekly with a vertical line and see what kind of performance we got from it. And you should expect some major moves because this is let's do it from the neutral, because this is a weekly on a shitcoin. I'm sorry, a finely esteemed piece of technology. Can't be shit talking the future of France.
No, especially not with Emmanuel Macron and her husband and his husband. They're a strong couple, power couple.
Crazy how Macron never invited me over for his cocaine parties.
I don't understand. I mean, I'm not a cocaine guy, but I would never tried it in my life.
I'd try his.
But I would too. Like if it's presidential cocaine, I'm absolutely game. That shit's gotta be purer than fucking Buddha. You know what I mean?
And you know for a fucking fact that Zelensky has the purest shit.
Oh yeah, my God, absolutely, absolutely.
You need to be on that good shit to be able to make the type of demands he does.
Yeah. Well, hopefully one day we'll get a presidential invitation for the cocaine parties. So if anyone here is watching and you're connected to the presidencies where cocaine is being used, please give us a call at ETA. We'll get you a free membership. And
I'll even pay for my own accommodations.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, it's presidential cocaine.
95%. I'll even take up Bukele on that offer.
At the very least.
This one was 20%. Immediately about 20%, then 70-ish, 73. Very close to 20%. 58, 157. So we'll have 20% as our low end number. 53%, more immediately about 20%. Oh, nice. 50s is our middle for now. 37, more immediately about 20%. 37. 50s. Middle number still 50s. 50s. And then 174. As of this moment, how much have we risen? About 20%. Very nice. So now let's take it to that 50% number. Brings us basically to our current all-time highs. Very nice. Also would line up with closing over this 38.2% as well. 5-day. 5-day is now in the bullish control zone where the weekly is just about to break into it. Come on, if it'll load. With volatility starting to expand, confirming a volatility setup on the HPDR with getting over the this blue line right here, the 50% zone, and the 5-day is also giving you a buy signal on the jewel. 5-day is already closed over the 38.2%, got a nice retest of our cluster of moving averages, and And as long as we are over this lower high at this point of $2.59, should be targeting the 78.6%, which right now is just below our current all-time highs. I'm not gonna lie, I'm starting to feel the FOMO on the shitcoins. Plug in my computer before it dies real quick. Oh, fucking A. I love how I can use my phone charger to charge the computer. It's very nice.
Oh yeah.
On the 2-day, we're now getting momentum, also freshly breaking back into the bullish control zone with volatility support. And now the 2-day is giving us a fresh dual signal, breaking back into the bullish control zone. Now let's mark with a vertical line whenever we broke back into the bullish control zone on the jewel. Do that right there. And this will be the last one. Caught this bottom, and then we went up 35%. Went up about 14%, then 27. 15%, so the low end is about 15. This one's a lot more. 136, 320, 46. And as of now, only 7%, 7.6%. Let's do about 40% for the funsies. Brings us just over our current all-time highs. All-time highs right now are, I believe, 340s. Yeah, 340. Brings us basically a smidge over our current all-time highs. Now let's go to daily. Daily is also getting momentum once again, shifting back to the upside. Literally every single time frame has momentum shifting to the upside. Daily has a fresh silver cross. We have basically one of those retests of the 9 EMA where you get such a girthy green dildo that the 9 gets pushed all the way back up into price action, and now you have a retest of the 9 EMA which you would not have been able to trade. Momentum is getting a little high, but as you can see, XRP likes to go high and it likes to stay there for a little bit of time. So it's not quite telling you that it's done just yet, but you should be looking out for somewhat of a short-term local top very soon. You're getting a buy signal on the jewel breaking back into the bullish control zone, which does tell you that even if you get a pullback, it should be a pullback that you would want to buy and probably higher from there. And if you can get a close specifically over this lower high right here, which is our last major lower high, should see some nice busting action. 4 hours getting momentum to the upside with volatility supporting it, getting a little high, but still not quite topped out, and it likes to stay there for a good amount of time. With the 4 hour giving you now a fresh buy signal on the jewel, starting to look a little good, but the bearish hopium right now is that the pink has crossed below the yellow, so it is possible for this buy signal on the jewel to come back up, retest this bullish control zone, reject, and then flip down, and then that would take us into the bearish control zone with a kind of a nasty pullback on XRP. Although it would be an opportunity, anyone in this area would probably get liquidated because you're probably coming back down maybe just around this area, maybe a little bit lower to this zone over here, and that would be a pullback of about 6% to maybe close to 10%. Altcoins do like to move, and when they move wild to the upside and the downside. And the one thing that's very unfortunate about this fact is that people like to gamble on this shit using extremely high leverage. So a 6 to 10% move would wipe them out.
Pretty nice.
The beauty of shitcoins and also why they're terrifying.
Well, the beauty of shitcoin trading with leverage.
I mean, you're already getting massive leverage with this shitcoin. Why do you need to put it on a 50x? I mean, massive.
Sir, I need to be a billionaire by tomorrow. Like Warren Buffett
I
is
see.
waiting for me.
I see. My mistake.
Yeah, of course. No, I understand. Not a lot of people get my vision.
You gotta have a certain intellect.
That's right. That's right.
I closed my short, by the way.
You did?
Are we bouncing?
It's just on my balls are telling me to close. I'm gonna trust him. The 12-hour 9 is what's tripping me out. Because it's like, how fucky would it be if that buy signal holds and we just move up from here? And I totally round trip and shorts think we're gonna get a big move down and we don't. And I don't know. So 103.1s, I'm not long, but I'm not gonna short yet because gotta trust my balls. They're usually right. And if they're wrong, whatever. I booked like $7,000.
I was gonna say that was still pretty good. That was a pretty good trade, anyways.
I tell Farn I'm the only person I'd be upset with that. So don't be like me.
Yeah, Vicky, tell anybody else, and they're gonna think you're an asshole.
Oh yeah,
100%. They probably still
weekly. Oh, definitely. Weekly has now confirmed a drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this previous higher lower here, and we are now getting over the neutral zone with that buy signal on the jewel, giving us a target of that bullish control zone. But from the volatility point, pretty easy to get to that bullish control zone. Right now, the bullish control zone sits at about $3.41, right at our all-time highs. Many different setups now giving us targets of our current all-time highs. Down. 3-day now has many drives of bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing above $2.07. And your next target is going to be the critical zone, which is going to update, but right now it's at $5.42. Updates in 8 hours, 8.5 hours. There. Daily has a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing above $2.32. And your next target is the critical zone, which is also going to update, but it's at the moment at $5.20. Interesting. Two numbers giving you 520. And nothing on there. So a little bit more. Nothing. Momentum. Momentum is still strongly pointed to the upside on the quarterly, and it's going to point up as long as we're above $1.07, which we never even really came close to. Came down to $1.61. 6 months has always been insanely strongly pointed to the upside, and it's been pointed up as long as we're above 44 cents. Monthly is the one that's, as at the moment, still flipped to the downside, but we're getting quite close to that pivot. And we will flip the monthly freshly back up if we can close above $2.73. And the significance of flipping up back here, flipping up in this area, is that it would reject getting out of the bullish control zone, which would then give us a target of the critical zone. And I don't believe XRP has ever been in the critical zone on the monthly. So very significant for that to happen. And at that point, you likely will get volatility expansion too. And when XRP gets volatility expansion to the extremes, it does X's every single time. Not percentage moves, X's. 2-week is also currently positioned to the downside, also very similar pivot as the monthly. And the same significance of flipping up here would be rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and it will flip up over 280. Bulls got 13 days to go. Weekly is already positioned to the upside, very close to getting out of the bearish control zone, and it will be pointed up above 192. 5 days pointed to the upside with an volatility expansion from about 20%, breaking out of the bearish control zone, and we're going to be pointed up above 195. 2 days freshly flipping to the upside within the critical zone with volatility expansion as well, and you're going to be pointed up above 252. And you have a fresh silver cross to the upside on the 2-day. Daily and the 2-day have fresh silver crosses. Interesting. And daily is currently positioned to the upside of momentum, just about to break into the critical zone with volatility expansion. And it's going to be pointed up above $2.19. And 4 hour is now freshly flipping up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and is going to be flipped up above $2.41. So it's now starting to play out why XRP never really looked bad like Bitcoin did. The pivots all stayed insanely strongly to the upside. The quarterly pivot was $1.07. We never really even came close to that. While we did go below the Bitcoin quarterly pivot, monthly is still strongly to the upside. And basically every single time frame is to the upside except for the 2-week, which is and the weekly, which is the pivot is right around $2.70, which we're very close to. We're getting volatility support. We're getting hidden bullish divergences. Very likely that we're gonna go somewhere within the next 3 to 6 months to tap our current all-time highs at about $3.40. If you can start to get daily closes over that current all-time high, that's when I'll say we probably get a move into somewhere around $4.10 to maybe like $4.28. The $4.20 target is a complete meme, by the way. It's nothing serious. The exact HPDR number is $4.12. And my personal bias is if we tap that area, it's probably going to be the blow off top, probably the all-time high. But the technical number based off of the Fibonacci's is if we can get 3 closes over that $4.12 area on a weekly basis, then we should be looking for $6. But hey, the $6 number has been around for months. Maybe we'll actually get it. Who knows?
Who knows he's right, my friend? Who knows he's right? Let me see. 1 second. Thank you. Alex, we're going to do Solamis right after. Alex?
Sweet.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know if shit was connected or not. Just looking at the Bitcoin right here. Look at the Bitcoin just doing a move. What a move, I tell you. Probably going to fuck people out of their longs and shorts and out of their clothes and whatnot. So double extremes on that 15-minute chart. Sorry, just trying to fish over here. I'm gonna start with XRP for the boys. Then we're like I'm gonna do XRP, then I'm gonna do Bitcoin, and then we'll jump into Salamis real quick. Okay, I'm gonna be as fast as I can, just like in bed. Okay, here we go. Vámonos, damas y caballeros, tenemos XRP justamente con una expansión de volatilidad en la diaria. Por supuesto, este movimiento está siendo acompañado de un velazo verde que nos llevaría al 88.3% en la zona de los 2.8. Está cotizando en 2.5. Voy a quitar el HPDR rapidísimo, $2.50 para que lo puedan ver. Ahorita les voy a dar el de Bitcoin en un segundo. Solamente quiero que vean esto. Oficialmente tenemos que lo que llamaríamos un breakout. Después de haber encontrado esta resistencia diagonal meme, podemos ver que por fin XRP está haciendo sus movimientos y probablemente vayamos a ver continuación en este pompazo, sobre todo viendo que volatilidad está apoyando el movimiento. ¿Qué podemos esperar de XRP? Voy a llevarlos a la semanal rápidamente, poner el HPDR para que vean dónde estamos parados. Estamos justo apenas rompiendo en la zona azul, el 38.2% lo pueden ver acá, vamos para arriba al 50%, que ya lo tocamos en el 2.6, de poder tener un cierre por encima de 2.66, empezar a cerrar por ahí encima de la diaria, vamos a ir a 2.87, y de ahí a XRP le encanta hacer extremos, por lo que 3.70 o un poco más arriba hasta los 4 probablemente dólares serían una realidad. Pero viéndolo de lejos rápido para todos ustedes que se lo han perdido por un rato, ahí les va. Ah, perfecto, estamos dibujando y todo. Denme 30 minutos en lo que se expande todo esto. Y no sé es más, no sé ni por qué saqué el puto HPDR en la trimestral. Excelente. Por mí. Pueden ver que hemos tenido los cierres al principio del 2017 por acá potentes, los menos potentes en el 2021. Ahora estos fueron los potentes a fin del último año y ahora estamos brincando por acá por encima de todos los cierres. Podría ser acá justamente el retesteo, chocarlo en los 2.70 y tener un rechazo, podría jugar. Pero también de poder cerrar por encima de los 2.77 te debería llevar al 3.3 sin problemas y buscar de ahí, sin lugar a dudas, altos históricos una vez que estemos ahí parados. Vamos a la mensual. Volatilidad continúa expandiendo con este movimiento que nos dio un 500%. Nada mal. Vámonos a la mensual. No, esa es la de 2 meses. Felicidades, Alejandro. Y la mensual, ¿qué juegos aparte? Le gusta jugar a XRP. Te da una vela topera, te trepa hasta acá, te la reversa, te la da por completo y te dice, aquí hay otra vela topera. Te tira Hammerhead y ahora Breakout. Excelente. Tenemos el promedio del 9 pues, en el 1.95, lo que nos dice que estamos definitivamente en postura alcista. Habíamos tenido esta expansión de volatilidad y ahora la volatilidad está contrayendo para dar el siguiente movimiento de XRP por ahora. Vamos a ver en la mensual qué es lo que deberíamos estar buscando. Deberíamos de estar buscando la zona de los $3.2 hasta arriba en el 88%. Todavía faltan 19 horas para cerrar esta vela. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas volatilidad, está preparando un setup de no mames. Esto quiere decir un setup de jamás, un setup explosivo, un setup listo. Podría ser a la alza o a la baja. Podemos ver acá que nuestra media coincide con nuestra línea meme en los 278, 277. Por acá, de poder romper esa zona que lo hemos platicado un par de veces ya. Ahorita vamos a poder ir a buscar estos altos históricos en $3.4. Y una vez que estés ahí, hasta los $4 lo vemos sin problema alguno. Vamos a la semanal. La semanal está teniendo volatilidad contrayendo. Todavía nada por acá. Estamos por encima de la media, empezando a empujar al 50%. De poder cerrar por encima del 50% en los 2.6, nos debería llevar al 2.87. Básicamente, esta línea meme en los 2.72 va a ser nuestra guía. 5 días como de que no podemos ver que la volatilidad está expandiendo, brother. Aquí la tienes, está expandiendo por encima del promedio. Recuerden que la volatilidad es la línea de colores, el promedio es la blanca y estos son barritas de 100% de volatilidad. Eso quiere decir que estabas en extremos y por eso se ve que... Ahora tenemos expansión por encima de nuestro promedio y estamos expandiendo en verde, lo que nos debería llevar a la zona de los 3.12 sin problema alguno, a menos de que algo se rompa por acá antes de eso. 2 días, brother, 2 días, estamos en el 61.8%. De poder romper los 2.62 a la alza, deberíamos de ver los 3. Estamos también teniendo expansión de volatilidad, lo pueden ver por acá. Además de tener volatilidad expandiendo con este pompazo, me parece que hay un cruce plateado en esta tabla. Correcto, hay un cruce plateado a la alza justamente acá y nos está empujando a la alza, damas y caballeros. Vamos rápido a la diaria, que también tenemos un cruce plateado, por supuesto que sí. Precio empujando, siguiente objetivo, los 88.3, que es el 281. Por ahora, ¿qué es lo que no nos gustaría perder para poder continuar con momentum sin parar? Nos gustaría poder aguantar los 250 planos. De poder aguantar los 250 debería llevarnos a los 280 y eso debería de hacernos sangrar a otras temporalidades alcistamente alcista. Güey, deja de decir pendejadas. Ok. Eso es XRP, tiene cara de un breakout. ¿Dónde está la oportunidad para entrar en estos momentos? Básicamente no puedes hacer un corto porque el corto, ni aunque lo tengas aquí arriba, ve tu invalidación está hasta acá, olvídalo. Un long valdría la pena si llegas a volver a retestear esta zona. Si ves que el precio hace esto y vuelve a caer acá y hace lo que esperaría ser una reacción violenta a la alza, de que esto sea un SFP, pues se imaginarán que esto irá a la baja. Pero cuando estamos volteando a ver momentum, estamos viendo todo, divergencias alcistas, continuación, etcétera. XRP tiene más cara de ir a la parte alta en la zona verde, acá en los 3.3 y ir a buscar un nuevo máximo histórico, que empezar a caer. Es lo que nos dice la tabla hasta el día de hoy de XRP. Vámonos con los Bitcoin. Los Bitcoins, rápidamente. ¿Qué día tan hijo de puta el día de hoy? Habíamos tenido unos longs buenísimos que estaban en muy buenas ganancias y desafortunadamente estas jugaditas de Bitcoin nos la están jugando en este momento. Nos han sacado de nuestros deliciosos longs y ahora estamos esperando a ver exactamente qué hacemos. Podemos ver que el precio de Bitcoin se está manteniendo básicamente en este ranguito entre los 102.400 hasta los 105.750. Voy a borrar esas dos líneas para no confundirme rápidamente. Ok, habíamos tenido expansión de volatilidad ante este tremendo pompazo en la diaria, pero vamos a verlo un poco más de lejos. Voy a empezar en la mensual. La mensual pueden ver que venimos acá, creamos nuestro alto histórico, 109, de ahí tuvimos y creamos este bajo más alto, que es comparable con estos. Este bajo más alto lo conseguimos en 74,420, ya lo habíamos platicado, qué locura. Y ahora el precio de Bitcoin está peleándose con la resistencia justamente en nuestra línea meme en los 103,600, siendo rechazado y por ahora está cotizando en $102,712. Lo que está haciendo el Bitcoin en estos momentos, damas y caballeros. Volatilidad en la mensual, pueden ver que está a punto de comenzar a expandir el punto más bajo de los puntos más bajos que lo ha hecho en toda la historia. Esto va a dar un movimiento bastante agresivo. Vamos a poner el HPDR para ver dónde estamos en el HPDR. Y en la mensual podemos ver que estamos aguantando la media. La media está en los 99,751 y estamos bastante por encima. Estamos aguantando estos niveles justamente, los 102,500. De poder aguantar estos niveles, no caer y perder la media en 99,751, el siguiente objetivo va a ser $124,000. Lo vamos a tocar, ya veremos, ya veremos. Nos viene el próximo episodio de cómo me va a coger el mercado. También estamos preparando un setup de volatilidad en la de 2 semanas, lo pueden ver por acá. Estamos justamente haciendo una vela estilo topera, pero nuestro tope está aquí en los 107, nuestra media. De poder empujar hacia arriba y romper la media a la alza, eso nos debería llevar 107 y de 107, 134 es la parte alta. Aunque 107 ahora, viendo este gráfico, tiene cara de poder ser lo que nos aguante y esta expansión parece estar, no está expandiendo todavía, pero está ante la caída. Ahora, vamos a la semanal. La semanal ya estamos por encima de la zona azul, pegando y rechazando el 50% que se encuentra justo en los 105,883. Eso fue lo que nos rechazó y ahora estamos cayendo en los 102,640. La media está en nuestro... Coincide un poco con nuestra línea meme en los $88,000, la zona de los 88, pero nuestro promedio del 9 también coincide en esta zona de los 94. No nos sorprendería ver un pullback a los 94 para después dar continuación. No nos cambiaría nada de estructura, no nos sorprendería. Además de ello, también tienes expansión en volatilidad en la semanal, lo puedes ver acá. Entonces, probablemente una de estas dos está, bueno, si ahora está empujando volatilidad y continúa esta vela creciendo para abajo, volatilidad va a estar apoyando este movimiento y tenemos que verlo. Por ahora lo que nos gustaría hacer es poder cerrar por encima de 105,800 para poder ir al siguiente nivel en altos históricos en los 111. 5 días, muy importante, volatilidad expandiendo y ahora está un poco dándose la vuelta a la derecha, lo pueden ver por acá, no tan agresivamente, y esto me hace pensar que probablemente esto sea una corrección, nos vengamos a apoyar en el 61,8%, en el 101,600 y de ahí catapultarnos más para arriba. Vamos a ver, de fallar eso, estamos yendo justamente al promedio del 9 en la de 5 días que también se encuentra con nuestra línea meme por ahí de los 94,700. Vamos a mantener un ojo bien pelado por acá para que no nos la aplique el precio. 2 días estamos a punto de caer a la parte alta de la zona azul. La parte alta de la zona azul está justamente en los 107, en los 101,777. Si el precio encuentra acá y rebota, esperaría un movimiento bastante fuerte alcista. De no rebotar, esto va a llevarnos a probablemente esos entre 98 y 94 que hemos estado hablando. Diaria, pueden ver esta vela exquisita topera. Vamos a ver qué exactamente nos prepara. De no poder aguantar los 102,700, nuestra siguiente parada debería ser nuestro promedio del 9 en la diaria, que está en los 100,700. Y de no aguantar, estamos hablando de los 99 y una vez más entraría nuestro otro escenario en juego, justamente acá. Aunque Bitcoin está planeando esta vela topera bastante asquerosa en estos momentos. Entonces, ¿qué esperamos? Básicamente estamos esperando a ver si nos vamos a ir, si nos va a aguantar justamente donde estamos acá o si vamos a ir a donde está el 9, el 50% y el 98%. ¿A qué le vamos a dar más preferencia? Yo creo que podríamos empezar a ver un poco más de temporalidades más cortas. Pueden ver que en la de 4 horas tenemos el breakdown de la zona del 9, perdemos el 21, el 34 se encuentra en los 101.90. Nos gustaría rebotar máximo ahí. El 34 normalmente funciona como una buena zona de empuje, pero también tienes un problema. Volatilidad está expandiendo. Ah, no, ¿vieron? Cuando cayó, volatilidad no estaba expandiendo, volatilidad se echó para atrás cuando cayó más. Eso quiere decir que la volatilidad está apoyando el movimiento a la alza todavía, y esto podría ser una corrección, un movimiento correctivo para sacar a todo el mundo de sus posiciones. 101.900 es donde yo esperaría que rebote con fuerza, si es que se llega a dar. Ahora somos más bajistas si te llevas el 101.800. Ya llevándote eso, muy probablemente los 99,000 sean bastante realistas. Pero por ahora estamos aguantando los 102. Vamos a ver si el 101.900 llega. Va a ser una zona bastante interesante para el precio y podríamos ir hasta el 101.400. No me volvería loco todavía. Es lo que tiene cara. Pero vamos a ver exactamente para dónde juega esto. Está bastante agresivo. Lo que nos gustaría ver son cierres arriba de 103,000 si somos alcistas, pero a más corto plazo 103,200, un buen lugar donde existe ya un poco de resistencia. Viéndolo en la de 2 horas, pueden ver que venimos a apoyarnos en el 55, en la zona del 61.8%. De poder aguantar acá, olvidémonos de nuestro objetivo y eso nos debería llevar a la parte alta de la zona azul. Una vez más, si tenemos un rebote acá interesante, aunque podríamos encontrar resistencia en los 103,500, que es donde está nuestro promedio del 34, junto con nuestra línea meme. En la de 1 hora, nos está aguantando el EMA 100, lo estamos perdiendo en este momento. Eso nos debería llevar al 200, que está en los 99,000. De perder este EMA 100, tu siguiente objetivo sería el SMA 200 abajo de los $100,000, y de poder aguantarlo deberíamos de regresar a la zona azul en los 104,300, donde vamos a encontrar bastante resistencia con el precio. Vámonos a la de media hora, si somos unos degenerados y estamos metiéndole como enfermos. Estamos por debajo del 200, estamos por debajo de todo y nos está aguantando el 88.3%. Esto es lo que nos hace pensar que probablemente estemos llegando y viendo la parte final del movimiento. Hasta el 97% son $101,000. Lo pueden ver acá, llevándose este mínimo en los 102,433. La puerta se abre para todo. Vamos a ver si se lo lleva de una vez. Ahí viene, ahí viene, ahí viene. ¿Vas a aguantar, tío? ¿Vas a aguantar o no? Solamente faltan 12 minutos y 18. Vamos a ver, se lo va a llevar. Pongan sus apuestas, güey, literalmente eso es lo que estamos haciendo. Así que ahí lo tienen. Bitcoin básicamente acá nos va a contar si vamos a romper este mínimo. Vamos a dar continuación a la baja y eso probablemente nos ponga en una tesitura más bajista a corto plazo, pero sigue viéndose alcista a mediano corto plazo. En todo, esto simplemente tiene cara de ser una corrección, sobre todo viendo Solana que está manteniendo en positivo. No me pondría los pelos tan de punta, estando en 175, los Solamis. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, los Bitcoin y los XRP. We're going to go do Solamis now with Alex. Vamos a los Solamis con Alex.
Let's run this.
Hey, Peter Schiff, how's gold doing? No. He's like, well, if you ask me, the thing about gold is... He sounds like a fucking cartoon gold, from the 50s.
I think it's honestly top. Just side note, confirmed when that weekly 9 gets lost. Solana, Solana's looking okay to me. We're basically at resistance. We're very close to a daily silver cross. It's, when I say very close, meaning this 9 does want to start moving up. That's definitely the itchings of a silver cross on the weekly potentially. But, at this point and across the board with altcoins, what you had is very strong weekly closes that should constitute pullbacks. The pullbacks, similar to my Bitcoin analysis, but these are alts and they moved more than Bitcoin, so they should have deeper pullbacks. These should be, max opportunity zones where we can literally long SOL here and have our stop here type of move, where we're not trading this whole move down, instead taking the extremity long, because that to me would make a lot of sense. Does it not? I mean, we had a breakout after it was solid resistance. We have a weekly 9 reclaim, so a throwback to that would make sense. You can make the argument the 34 could act as like a mid-range here, but with what we know how, alts are, if Bitcoin ends up, playing out my analysis, which I will say the biggest flop was closing that short. have no idea why I did that, but it's perfectly fine. That's trading. If there is another short opportunity, trust me, I will find it. But on Sol, if Bitcoin does do what I think is going to happen across the board on Bitcoin, slight pullback, 99.8, that could give us a 150 to 160 move. That would actually be quite nice because then we could actually see volatility on the weekly reset. Despite this, price action, I feel like Solana's kind of been weak relative to like even Ethereum, which is surprising. Let's actually see if that's true. Sol ETH. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, it is weak. It is weak, though, for sure, 100%. But what you're noticing is we're still in a monthly uptrend. This would be the spot you'd expect Sol ETH to actually get a bounce. And look at that, daily SMA 200 each time that's been a bottoming zone. So to me, it's like, okay, what we could see is maybe Solana is going to start actually moving more than, let's say, ETH. And that would make sense because Ethereum was way stronger and had way more intense closings. Because what we did last week was essentially reclaim back above the EMA 200 and I guess we didn't close above the EMA 100. Was it the 2-week? Let me see. No. Oh, yeah, it was the 2-week. Okay, there it is. Yeah, I mean, what we did on the 2-week was basically reclaim the EMA 100. So, I mean, for me, it's like I have to question this rally because we didn't reclaim above 2,500 fully. And why did the rally stop right here? It's kind of questionable. But, pullback to the 2,300s would make a lot of sense to me. That to me, is like a 13% move. But as it stands, Solana seems like the easier trade, and you're using essentially ETH to kind of guide your trade on Sol because if Ethereum is going to have a deep pullback at this point, I do think potentially Solana can do well. Now Solana as a byproduct of an alt will do well, but the idea is that it'll start outperforming, kind of like what we saw leading a market leader. That's kind of been the thing for Sol. Now, for me though, we are at crucial resistance. So I'll be wrong if you start closing 180s. I mean, even on like a daily, closing back above 180, 181 will look really good to me. And then, maybe then this will hold as a higher low. We'll start, reclaiming 181. And then if we do reclaim 181, it'll give you a free move to 204 to 215. Which I do believe is a pretty insane RR trade. Yeah, 13 to 18%, as long as essentially, 168 or let's call it May 10th low holds. But that's if we reclaim 181 on a daily close. So for me now, I mean, a pullback across the board on all altcoins are very, it's very likely to me. We had pretty insane closings this last week, and that just breeds in my system easy longs essentially, but it'll really constitute patience. So for me right now, you should be gauging the 5-day and the weekly to test the 9. Maybe it stops at the 34, but that's kind of what I'm seeing now, which is more around 155 to like 160 on Sol. And we still have a long time, but just kind of, playing into this is more strong than not is if we can hold above that 163 monthly 9, get back above there. Now we're in potentially bull mode. Till then, though, we have to really question this move essentially because it's an all, and we didn't really break too far from this wick high. Yes, the monthly did take out that monthly lower high. So per the book, we are in an uptrend now. Like bulls got it. So a pullback here wouldn't even be scary. It just would probably breed what a weekly higher low. So as long as we're not really taking out April 28th's low on a weekly, we're in an uptrend, and all this move could do to 150s. Even if it went to like 145s, would just give us a higher low. So that's kind of what I'm looking at for Solana. Pullback seems more probable though this week. Nice. This held nicely actually. Boom, boom, boom. We should have a move up to that weekly SMA 200. Very simple. Be cognizant of the idea of a weekly 21 rejection here. Trend shift could just reject there. But now this is still looking very nice to me. And we were identifying this as potentially grinding out a bottom here. So I'm glad that did. It was, long, but that did play out nicely. I'll do the 2-day. 2-day is beautiful. I don't really like using the 55 as like resistance. For me, it's all about the 100. So that should get a free move up. The daily is interesting because that confirms that if we start reclaiming that EMA 100 and holding it, because what you're going to look at is a reclaim, a loss, a reclaim. So what do you need is a hold. If you start losing it, it just plays into the chop, right? Bulls are looking at this as a potential bull flag, consolidation, reclaim the EMA 100 to expansion. Next logical point for me will be 183. Reclaim that. You'll go up to that 197 to, basically 199. Sol's looking strong to me. I think it's lagging in my opinion. I do think that Solana really should be at like $200. But we shouldn't really be front running ideas. We should be waiting for a pullback, playing trend. If you're having a hard time trading, the best piece of advice is just trading trend. Really, trade it on any time frame. It works, with gauging stop losses, TPs, and entries. And when you do a trend shift, specifically on crypto and an altcoin, like a monthly trend shift, and you see it ever so slightly trend shift, that to me more than likely then is like, okay, we're probably going to have an aggressive pullback that leads to a major bear trap. Because what that'll probably do is bulls will look at that as like what we're doing, higher low. Bears will be calling for like double top. But we know the trend has shifted on the macro, and that's really crucial for us. So for me, it's like, as long as we're not taking out April 28th low on Sol BTC and the spot, we're good to go up in the weeklies in a uptrend now. But where we're at on Sol BTC, it absolutely could get a pullback, and you could even just like draw a simple meme line here, right? As long as we just like, maybe we hold here, maybe on the Sol BTC pairing, this is the higher low. Let's see if the weekly gives us any kind of idea on that. Yeah, weekly 9 potentially. Yeah, okay. What about the HPDR? Median's right there as well. Really not bad, actually. So then what I could do is move that meme line here, move it right on that wick high rejection, reclaim, held, deviation, breakout, back test, boom. It's very logical. It makes a lot of sense to me. Pullback's more likely though, no matter how you look at it. Bitcoin's still looking weak after losing that. What was it? 1031. So it is still looking weak to me. Which is why I don't recommend front running ideas. I rarely do. And that's why I was kind of, a little disappointed I closed it shorter, but it's fine. For me now, though, it's like you're gauging Bitcoin, you're gauging that 99.8 to go long on like Sol, in my opinion. That to me, I always like doing that. Like if I'm trading an altcoin, like I want a long Sol, let's say Bitcoin does aggressively dump like that. And then let's say Solana does like this, wherever it is. Right? Like maybe it goes to here and we're like going a little and then we SFP it. That's like max confirmation to just long, in my opinion. I love gauging like Bitcoin with strong alts, in my opinion, like Sol can just make it really easy because if Bitcoin's going to go up as a byproduct, the altcoins are going to go up. Now you want the Bitcoin pairing to look good so that way you get those busting action moves. But, with Sol, generally its Bitcoin pairing is always strong against Bitcoin. And there's really no difference here. Even on the weekly HPDR view, you're literally getting this idea of a, reclaim of the weekly median, which we haven't been above since essentially February. So a throwback's logical. Hold that. You should get your move up to that 183, which again is lining up right around the, resistance here, 38.2%, SMA 200, EMA 100, EMA 34. So that's why I'm not really like, we were longing Trump, but it's like, I'm just like, I know how these altcoins move. And even on Trump, it just reclaimed the weekly 9. So like a throwback to the weekly 9 makes sense to me. And it's an altcoin. So we can obviously go a little lower, obviously, or a lot lower. But no matter what altcoin you look at, I mean, they just had insane weekly closures, and they're all kind of just brewing throwbacks, in my opinion. Like even, well, I guess this is a good example actually. XRP is very strong, just like Farhan said, because it did reclaim the EMA 9 and quickly threw it back. And this is now you're breaking out. So this is like looking very valid to move up. Kind of the idea now with all the alts, those that do it quicker are strong, and that those that are really doing it slower are weak. That's why it's interesting to see Trump already at the weekly 9. So for Solana, you're gauging the weekly 9. Very simple. 155 is the extremity low. That to me is kind of a good spot. 165 to 155. I do think that if those levels can hold, we'll get a move up to the 200s, and then there we'll have to just take it. Wherever, if we reject here, we'll roll over, play trend, or if we start reclaiming this, we can start talking about all-time high potentially. But till then, we're just at resistance. Sol BTC's at resistance, and Bitcoin's looking weak, and it's looking more probable to throw it back, put in bullish retest before going up, which is exactly what bulls would want anyways. So yeah, that's all I got.
Thank you, sir. We're going to go with Ethereum and then take two.
Nice.
The video game company. I'm very excited about Take Two and their quarterly earnings. Blah, blah, blah. Fuck off. No, I'm just kidding, everyone.
Vitalik finally proved everybody wrong with that massive girthiest, veiny green dildo.
Oh, yeah, he did. This is... Hang on.
So hilarious how it was right like days after there was this Twitter Spaces where people were just destroying him.
It normally happens like that, right? Every time people go after Elon, that's when Tesla bottoms, when, it's always like that. I wish people really understood that it can be easier to figure this shit out. Maybe not to the T, and obviously you need technical analysis within it, but as far as like big trends, shit, I mean, oh, wow. SMA 200. That's it? We made it so fast? Damn. Interesting. Ok. Estamos viendo los Solamis. Podemos ver que estamos regresando a donde está el SMA 200 en la diaria y esto nos dio el primer rechazo. Obviamente es la primera vez que estás regresando desde que lo perdiste. No lo habías tocado ninguna vez. No esperas simplemente pasar por tu casa, quitarte los tenis y ponerte cómodo, ¿no? O sea, paso a paso. Paso a paso es lo que tenemos que hacer por acá y es justamente lo que vivimos con los Solamis, con esto. ¿Qué es lo que deberíamos estar viendo? Honestamente, la manera más sencilla de verla es esto. Pueden ver la tabla bastante limpia, tranquila. El rebote en el SMA 200 en los 90 y tantos fue lo que nos llevó a este zampompazo. En este momento, en la semanal, tenemos todos nuestros promedios abajo y muy probablemente y pronto, no, porque el 21 sigue por encima del 55. Continuamos en un cruce plateado, lo que nos dice que probablemente un retesteo de esta zona en los 155, 153 sea una realidad para crear un alto más bajo, digo un bajo más alto y después buscar un alto más alto que este que estamos viendo en este momento. Los voy a llevar a la mensual. En la mensual podemos ver que Solamis está por encima del promedio del 9, lo que nos pone en territorio alcista, 21, etcétera. Esto pone una tendencia alcista en la mesa para Solana. Lo pueden ver por acá. Pum, pum. Tenemos nuestras resistencias bien marcadas. Este momento estamos encontrando con resistencia línea meme por acá en los 73.81. 173.81, en lo que nuestra volatilidad continúa yendo al punto más bajo de toda la tabla en la mensual. Esto nos va a dar un movimiento muy potente para los Solamis, sea para arriba o para abajo, y vamos a estar al pendiente de ello. Con eso dicho, un segundo. Quería ver HBDR. Justamente estamos en contra del promedio de nuestra media. Esta media nos está rechazando. Queremos romper la media a la alza. Entonces, el primer objetivo va a ser poder romper 177 si somos alcistas para ir a buscar mínimo los $200. Somos bajistas, lo único que queremos es continuar esto, perder el promedio del 9 en los 163. 2 semanas estamos justamente haciendo un front run de la media que se encuentra en los 184. De no poder romper estos 184, vamos a venir a la zona de los 165. De no aguantar, estamos hablando de la parte baja de la zona azul, en los 50, donde probablemente vayamos, 150, donde probablemente vayamos a hacer un bajo más alto que este y dar continuación a esta tendencia alcista. Semanal, estamos por encima de la zona azul, agarramos la media, nos impulsamos sobre ella, rompimos 34.21 y ahora estamos parados acá. No hay nada por encima, estamos justo en el 50%. De poder aguantar los 173.31, vamos a tener un buen chance de ir a los 187. De poder ir a los 187, vas a estar ahí en contra de la mensual, de la media, de la de 2 semanas. Y vas a poder ganarla y eso te debería llevar bastante más alto, por ahí de los $200. Así que para poder medir esto no está tan difícil. También has tenido volatilidad expandiendo este movimiento que nos llevó hasta acá, el rechazo del S&P 200. No nos sorprendería ver un retroceso hasta el promedio del 9 y de ahí poder dar el impulso que sigue. Para verlo más sencillo, lo pondría en la semanal, es lo que pone Alex. Uno de estos para después dar continuación. Aquí tienes el bajo más alto que sigue después de este y a buscar un nuevo alto por ahí de los $200. ¿Dónde estamos mal? Llegas a perder los 153 dólares. Si pierdes los $153, siguiente objetivo serían los 138. Así que ahí tienen a los solamis, damas y caballeros. Nada agresivo, bastante sencillo y aparte, sobre todo con las líneas memes, creo que tiene bastante sentido, ¿no? Esto, de no aguantar acá, para abajo a los 137 y de no aguantar, pues ya voy a buscar un nuevo mínimo, ¿no? Y este fue un alto más bajo y vámonos. Lo que seguiría después de un alto más bajo es un bajo más bajo. Ok, ¿qué sigue? What's next? Alex, what do you got? Or who's next? Fine. Yeah, we got Ethereum. No, yeah, Ethereum.
Yeah, Ethereum.
And take two.
One sec. Ethereum. We love Ethereum.
Take two.
Didn't we do it recently?
Yeah, we did ETH.
Yes.
Remember it looked real good before it broke out. We were like, why does it look like it wants to go to the daily EMA 100, which was like a 20% move? Didn't make any sense, but it legitimately did have a setup. Yeah, it did.
It did. That piece of fucking shit. No.
It is though. Because
Alright,
like I wasn't gonna take it, but damn, did it move? Honestly.
Yeah.
So Ethereum. Right now on the quarterly, basically the exact point that it bottomed out on the last bear market was right at this 21 EMA. Isn't it very interesting how as of right now our bottom is like a deviation of this 21 EMA? Also, we came down to the bottom 38.2% in our bottom last bear market bottom. Right now, our bottom is right at the 38.2%. Also very interesting. If you were to get acceptance over this 5 EMA at about $2,540, that would basically give you your free move to somewhere around that $3,000 area. But the real macro long-term resistance right now is $3,000. Once you can solidly get over $3,000, that's where the busting action happens for Ethereum, and you're probably going to go rather quickly to all-time highs. I don't think you would have to close to over our current all-time highs to go to new all-time highs. I think just closing over somewhere around 3,050, and you will probably like get one of these busting action moves pretty quickly to somewhere around $5,000. The 50% right now, which is a little bit more what would be the word? Ambitious target, but it is still pretty realistic. It's somewhere around $5,600. And then that would, in my opinion, be the blow off top for this cycle. If Bitcoin were to go to somewhere around 120s, 130s, maybe slightly higher, and Ethereum goes to somewhere around this zone here. And I would not expect it to go very much higher than here at all, because once we start to get here, how many people are going to start to say it's going to go to $10,000? Probably everybody in the crypto community. And probably not going to happen. Probably makes its macro top somewhere around $5,000. And then we start the next bear market. We made our first low was around $889. assuming we make a higher high to keep the uptrend intact, then we could possibly have our next low at somewhere around $1,000, which would be slightly higher than this low here, while sweeping this low. Because once you make your new highs, you'd likely consolidate for a little bit of time, then you break down, maybe get a bearish retest. And what I expected to be the spring would be the spring sweep of these lows at $1,300, nice tap of 1,000, ever so slightly higher low from this last bear market, and then that cycle probably goes to $10,000, and that would be the 2028 to 2030 cycle, which is exactly what GCR said. GCR said $10,000 by 2030, and everybody seems to think that that's going to happen this cycle. It's very unlikely that happens. Switch to ETH BTC.
I'm not sure who needs to hear this, so I'll repeat it. There's still 5 years to 2030.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Yeah, just in case anyone needs to hear that and think that this is going to happen tomorrow. There's still 5 years to go. That's the announcement.
$10,000 by 2030 could happen in fucking 2029.
Exactly.
It makes sense to bounce here, which we are beginning a bounce on Ethereum BTC on the quarterly, because we've just swept our 2019 2020 lows, and we currently are getting a bounce off of that. But as long as we're below this 5 EMA, it's still going to be bearish. If we can but if we can get a green close, it's going to be more short-term bullish, because then that would be a swing failure pattern of these lows here, and you should get a move into the 5, which is significantly higher than where we are here. But on the macro, it would still be bearish. Once you can start closing over that 5, that's where it starts to be more promising for a long-term and maybe even a macro bottom on ETH BTC. And I would start looking for a retest of this breakdown area. But assuming we close this candle green, that would be basically a free move up to the 5 of about 36% on ETH BTC, which will correlate with like a 60 to 70% pump on the ETH on the price of ETH, which it goes along with the idea of touching somewhere around that $3,000 to $4,000 with that $3,000 area. Because if you go back to the Ethereum price and pump somewhere around 60 to 70% from here. 60% brings us to about $4,000. 70% brings us to about $4,200. Very nice. And now on the quarterly on Ethereum, we're getting momentum, freshly getting over the moving average while volatility approaches 0%. Primed for some busting action. The last time that we had the volatility expanding from this area, was on a dump below the moving average. The only time that we've had volatility supporting the move on momentum above the moving average was back over here in 2020 when Ethereum went from about a couple $100. I think it was like $100 or $150 all the way up to $4,800. It's very similar setup that we have now, although we're doing it from lower than when we did at that point. It's too far back to call this a hidden bullish divergence, but it would be. It's still bullish. It's still good, but it's not technically a hidden bullish divergence because it's way too far back. This is the first time that Ethereum has actually this entire cycle been looking like it can actually really do something. Go to the monthly. Monthly is now flipping back up on momentum, getting rejecting the bearish control zone, getting back over the moving average. Is there any divergences or slightly lower lows? No divergence on that. Getting back over that 38.2%. If you can get a reclaim of this 38.2%, this would be a swing failure of the 55 EMA as well, a deviation, which is exactly what our last bear market bottom was, a deviation of that 55 EMA. This is a very, very strong area. And if you can't confirm that deviation of the 55 EMA, it's going to take you up to $4,000 basically, because the 38.2% is at right around 3,900. Likely is going to go a little bit higher to that $4,000 area. And your next tap of $4,000 is probably where you see busting action on Ethereum, because you would have the classic, double top, time to short, $4,000. How many stop losses are in this area? How many stop losses are in this area here? Once you take them all, you probably get another like $500, $600 candle from there. And the last time that we flipped up from this area and got over the moving average, we got a very significant pump. even though it ended up failing, that was still a 48% pump. So if you were to take that 48%, just for an idea from here, brings us to about $3,800, which is exactly at the top 38.2%, just below it. Two-week now got an amazing closure, reclaimed that 38.2%. It's just about to prevent that because we were just about to have a silver cross to the downside. Now it's very likely that this is going to invalidate, especially because momentum is now freshly broken out of the bullish control zone, with volatility now coming to pretty extreme lows. If you can go 5% lower, it would be considered extreme lows, or 4% at the 15s. But closing over the 38.2%, the significance is the last time that we closed over 38.2%, got a free move to the top 38.2%, actually went a lot higher. Back over here, reclaimed it. No, we didn't lose it here. Find another one. Reclaimed it, free move to the top. Reclaimed it there, free move to the top. Reclaimed it there, free move to the top. Basically every single time we've reclaimed the bottom 38.2%, you've gotten a free move to the top. And that right now sits at about $3,600. That and the significance of getting it back up here is that you're retesting these previous lower highs. Where if you can break these this area on a 2-week basis, this would be the number to give you your current run up highs, which is about like I believe $4,100. And getting your confirmation for that $5,000 area is getting probably not even a 2-week close, probably even good enough with a weekly close over these current highs. Probably takes you right up to $5,000. With how bullish ETH BTC looks, probably happens very quickly too. Weekly is now freshly breaking into the bullish control zone with fresh volatility expansion. Buy signal on the jewel in the bullish control zone. Close over the 38.2%. So you could end the 200 SMA, which has been very significant support before we lost it. Sure, we're getting a little bit of a move down, but I am expecting this 200 SMA to hold that support. We could go a little bit below it, but I don't expect to close below it. If we do go below it, maybe a tap of this 21 at right around like 23.30, but I don't really expect it to go that much lower. Probably by the closure holds this 200, and then I would expect expansion from here to test somewhere around this zone here at around like $3,500, which is at the 88.3%. Let's take the weekly and put a line with the buy signal on the jewel and see what happened. All right, that'll be the last one right here. $112%. 84% and 122. 42%. 73%, pretty close to 84. 78, 79%, pretty close to 84. 78%, 169. So 80 seems to be a nice number. 61. And as of now, we have gone up about 70%. Let's take it 10% higher to get it to about 80. Would bring us to about $2,800. And what do you know where that is? Right at this previous major lower high before we got that breakdown. Interesting. Because if you can start to close over here, probably going to go to all-time highs.
Vitalik must have bought the most amazing bags and purses ever. I think that's the only explanation.
He saw how everybody was roasting him, but was like, you know what? I'm going to convert my entire wallet back into Ethereum. Put in the girthiest of green dildos and liquidate all you motherfuckers.
He sold all of his bags just for your bags, guys. He is truly Jesus.
Liquidate your bags. Funny how many people try to short this one up on Ethereum, thinking that it was going to be a scam pump like all of the other ones.
Big mistake.
The 5-day has now closed over the 55 EMA, which we've been below it ever since the price has been in the $3,000 range. When we lost it, significantly dumped from there. We are getting a little bit high in the HPDR ranges, though. We are tapping the 88.3%, so it doesn't make sense to get a little bit of a pullback from here. The pullback could take us to somewhere around that $2,300 zone. Wouldn't really expect it to go much lower than like 2270. Anywhere around that zone, I would see as an opportunity, and I would very likely want to long in that area for a move to the $4,000 area. Right now, momentum is getting a little high, which also supports the idea of a pullback sometime soon, while volatility is getting a little bit high. And the jewel is now getting out of the bearish control zone. 2 days now also getting the idea of a pullback sometime soon, tapping the 95%, close over the 100. So it would be absolutely beautiful to come back down to this 100, get a nice little bullish retest of this 100 while the HPDR ranges can step up. Then I'd like to see it move into the 200 around that $2,800 area. Daily is also giving you the idea of a pullback, getting all the way up to 97.5%, getting to almost basically 100% on your momentum and volatility indicators. Right now, at a minimum, I'd expect to move into the 5 EMA, which is at about 23-ish, 2390, 2400. You have a fresh silver cross to the upside. This 5 EMA, 9 EMA is going to steadily rise with every single close. Eventually, you likely do come down to retest this 9 EMA. Right now, it's at 2250. My bias is telling me somewhere it's going to rise to go somewhere around that 2300, which would be like maybe 1 or 2 closes. Tap that area, retest this silver cross, these HPDR ranges step up, and then you see a move into the 28s. 4 hours now lost the 9 EMA, but you've been holding this entire rally all the way through. Getting a retest of it right now with a 38.2%. This would be the prime area for a bearish retest for rejection. If you would want to short it, you could just put your stop loss right at this wick high, and then you'd be targeting that $2,300 area. On the side.
Blim.
Bing! I just quickly opened a 100x short on Bitcoin with $250.
Really?
Indeed. Hey, $250. If I lose it, meh. If it plays out, make 3K.
Yeah. I think the easiest way of looking at it would be the bearish retest on the SMA 200 on the 30-minute, no?
What is that at?
That's at 1033.
Oh, beautiful. Lines right up with my 103 250 target.
Oh, sweet.
Monthly right now on the Ethereum Tether pairing is about to put in a third drive of hidden bullish divergence. That would be one of the most bullish things you've ever seen in Ethereum history, because you've never had that happen before ever. Putting in 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, and you're putting it in at the bearish control zone with volatility coming from very low levels. What I would just love to see is a close over this 21 EMA, and then Ethereum is probably going to absolutely omega send it. And your first target is going to be this neutral zone on the RSI, which is at about $3,600. But from there, you're looking at $5,000 based off that simple moving average. And then the bullish control zone, which is also pretty likely because you're at such low volatility, is sitting at about Okay, don't take this number seriously. So oh wait, I was misreading with the critical zone. Critical zone's at $38,000. I was about to say don't take that number seriously. The bullish control zone is at $6,000. Not that crazy. That's what, like $1,000 off of our previous all-time highs, $1,200 off of our previous all-time highs. Not really that crazy, and it is pretty likely with volatility coming from these lows. Very interesting. Seeing Ethereum put a cycle top at $6,000, maybe $69,000 for $6,000, and maybe $6,900 for the culture. Not $69,000. I misspoke there. But why can't Ethereum go to $69,000? Bitcoin's at 102. 2 week has bullish divergence right now active on this last closure, and it is going to be active as long as you're closing above $1,385. And your next target on this divergence is the neutral zone of the RSI, which the neutral zone sits at just about $3,000, $3,075. Goes along with the idea of that $3,000 area being very significant resistance. Once you can start to accept, I'm going to say 33,100 just to be safe, just to be conservative. Once you can start to solidly accept over $3,100, probably Ethereum starts absolutely sending it. And if you think this is a massive candle, just wait until you get that, because that's going to be one of these things here where you literally just get no pullbacks at all. If you get pullback whatsoever, it comes down to the 5 EMA and just sends it from there. Maybe Vitalik posted another picture of his massive schlong and we missed it.
That's probably what it was, most likely. It's an actual sex tape. But the caveat is it leaked on the Ethereum network. So you can buy it as an NFT.
I wouldn't be surprised if he actually did that. That is crypto.
Nothing is surprising anymore in 2025. Anything goes.
3 days now building many drives of bullish divergence, because you have many lower lows on the price action, many higher lows on the RSI, forming very many drives of bullish divergence. And it's already confirmed because you confirmed the local bottom to this candle right here, and your next target on that divergence is going to be this critical zone, which right now sits at another beautiful number of $4,994, $5,000. That's a 100% move from where we are at the moment. But notice we're at 100% volatility, so don't be a retard and long here thinking we're going to go straight up to $5,000. 2 days now, not really given much. There is one piece of worrying information, although it is a little far back, so it's not really that relevant, although it still is that we're getting momentum over these points here while price is still making a lower high. So there is a possible hidden bearish divergence here. You would have to close a little bit low to confirm it right now. You'd have to close below about $1,752. A lot below where we are right now, and that'd be taking out this entire rally anyway, so it's not really that much help to mention it, but that would just tell you that we're going to go significantly lower if that were to happen. And our minimum target would be the simple moving average, which right now is at about, actually we probably go lower, we'll probably go to about the neutral zone, which is at about $1,600. And then from below there is the bearish control zone, also pretty likely $949. So if this divergence is getting validated and this hidden bearish divergence does get validated, it's over for Ethereum and we're probably in a bear market and you're going below $1,000. Right now, I am more on the bias of we're going to put in a higher low and continue up. Nothing on there. There is no, it's already played out. There was a hidden bullish divergence already played out. Let's go to the momentum. Momentum is currently flipped to the upside on the quarterly on Ethereum. Freshly flipped to the upside, and it's going to remain to the upside as long as it's over $2,930, which we are currently below at the moment. making it a lot more likely that we're going to close this quarterly above this number, considering momentum is still to the upside. This is the same idea that we had on Bitcoin. While momentum remained to the upside on the quarterly, while price was trading in the $70,000 area, and the pivot was $93,000. And then eventually we did make our way back over that pivot, which is what I'm very not certain, but very on the side that that likely happens on Ethereum as well. That by the end of this quarterly close, we're going to make our way above 29. So basically $3,000 by the end of next month. Monthly is currently positioned to the downside. It's getting right to the edge of the critical zone. On this next monthly open, it will be at the edge of the critical zone. At this point, pivot likely goes significantly lower than where it is now. But as of the moment, it is pointed down below $3,370. 2-week is freshly flipping to the upside, and it is going to remain up as long as we're above $1,684. Love to see that pivot significantly below price action. And it's the first time they were flipping up on the 2-week freshly since about October of 2024, when last time we had some major busting action. Weekly is also freshly flipping to the upside, about to break out of the bearish control zone, and we are flipped up above $1,483. That's insanely lower than where we are now. $1,000 lower. 5 days also flipped to the upside, about to break into the bullish control zone, flipped up above 1556. 2 days positioned to the upside, getting very close to flipping down. Got about 7.5 hours to go. It will remain up as long as you're above 2530. Daily is freshly flipped to the upside within the critical zone, although you're at many periods of 100% on your volatility, getting very close to some type of mean reversion from here. But momentum will remain to the upside as long as you're above 2270. You could get a volatility contraction with momentum to the upside, just giving you sideways and just slide sideways and up without any volatile moves. Then volatility will reset, and then you would get your God candle. That is what happened late last year, where volatility would reset with sideways consolidation and up, and then you would get a God candle giving you expansion to the upside, not really giving longs any entries to get in. 4 hours, especially flipped to the downside, losing the critical zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're below $2,565. There is possibility for hidden bullish divergence right now because we went below all of these lows on momentum. To confirm it, you'd have to close above 2,576, and then likely that sends you up to somewhere around 2,800 to $2,880. Closing over 2,880 is what sends you up to somewhere around 3,100. Closing over 3,100 on a weekly basis, new all-time highs. So Ethereum is actually finally starting to put in some life, starting to really do something. It's shaping up right around the quarterly 21 EMA, which our last bear market bottom was at. It does seem like we're going to get a test of somewhere around 2,800 to $2,880. All of our momentum timeframes are turning to the upside now. We're putting hidden bullish divergences in. It just very likely we on the low based even on the low time frames of momentum flipped up test somewhere around that 2,800 to 2,880. If we can get a daily closure over 2,880, then we'll get a move to that median. I believe it was the monthly median at around $3,100. If you can get a close over that median, then your next target is somewhere around $4,800 to $5,000. I'm on the side right now that if we get that move, that is probably the blow off top and probably going to be our top on Ethereum. Maybe we can see $6,000 and just not that. I just don't think it's that likely because Ethereum hasn't really been doing much. Sure, I guess I could be proven wrong. Goes to $6,000, $1,200 higher than our previous all-time highs. Don't see it going to $10,000 this cycle at all, though. I'm sure I'll be made fun of if it does, but I don't think it's going to go $10,000 this cycle. I think $10,000 is going to be the next cycle. And in validation of all of this is getting on a daily basis any drop below about, what is this low here? $1,385. If you go below $1,385, you're probably going to go back to $1,000 and then very likely lower. But I don't think that happens right now. I'm looking for 2,880, maybe a little bit of pullback from 2,800 to 2,880, and then 31s, maybe a little bit of a pullback from there, and then all-time highs.
Nice. Yeah, ETH had a beautiful reaction of the quarterly 34, which is exactly what saved it. That little, and then it shut up. So good for Ethereum, good for Vitalik, good for everyone that buys bags, and good for Hermes because they're going to sell more Birkins. Okay. Estamos viendo Ethereum, la moneda del hombre que ama comprar bolsas de mujer, que son las Birkins, tremendas bolsas de 40, 80 mil, 120 mil dólares, tranquilas, hermosas, las hace Hermes y no cualquiera las puede comprar, por eso Vitalik está comprando todas y con el dinero que está guardando dentro de ellas, está pompeando Ethereum, damas y caballeros. Podemos ver que Ethereum por fin está recuperando el promedio del 9 en la trimestral. Eso nos pone en una postura alcista. El promedio del 9 está en los 2,487. Estamos muy cerca, estamos literalmente $5. No, $7 de ahí, en los 2,494. Por ahora empieza a verse bien. Tiene cara que el promedio del 34, que es la línea blanca que ven acá, fue lo que justamente rescató Ethereum. Ese Wikazo por acá, en los 1,399. Vamos a ver cuál es. $1,385. Ahora, básicamente, y el análisis de Farhan es así. Somos alcistas en Ethereum totalmente hasta que pierdas esos 1,385. Por ahora estás cotizando más de $1,200 por encima, en los 2,500 casi. Así que se ve bien. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando con Ethereum? Cierres por encima de esta línea meme, expansión comienza en 2,839. Es justamente eso. Entonces, por ahora, vamos a acercarnos un poco más, analizar esto en el HPDR, ver qué tenemos por acá. Pasando el promedio del 9, deberíamos de poder ir a buscar este trimestral cerca de los altos históricos en 4,342. Eso es donde está la media en la mensual. Por ahora tenemos un 2, un 2, un 2. Tenemos volatilidad llevándonos al punto más bajo de toda la tabla en Ethereum. No está expandiendo todavía, pero pueden ver el poder que será esto. Será bastante potente. Así que atentos a este movimiento de Ethereum en la trimestral. Vámonos a la mensual rápido. Mensual, estamos justamente entrando en la zona azul. Lo pueden ver perfectamente acá junto con nuestra línea meme. Está el 34, lo hemos tomado. El 21 nos está rechazando por ahora. Y el 9 está por encima de nosotros. ¿Qué es lo que queremos poder superar? La zona de los 2,560. De poder superar la zona de los 2,560, 3,330 es tu siguiente zona de interés. De tener este rechazo en la zona de los 2,440, probablemente vayas a la parte baja de la zona azul y luego al 61,8%, por ahí de los 1,700, o a esta línea meme que nos ha aguantado perfecto desde que lo hemos dicho todo el tiempo. Vamos a la volatilidad. Volatilidad está expandiendo, no del punto más bajo para nada, pero de los puntos más bajos de la tabla por encima del promedio. Y esto es lo que nos está llevando este gran velazo verde. Con que volatilidad continúa apoyando el movimiento y continúa expandiendo, en este momento está en 27%, lo pueden ver justamente acá. Eso nos debería de empujar hasta la parte media de la zona azul, que está una vez más en los 3,377. Vamos a la de 2 semanas, a ver si nos cuenta algo más de cerca. 2 semanas, damas y caballeros, estamos con volatilidad empezando a contraer, pero todavía no oficialmente, no está por debajo del promedio, se puede dar la vuelta en cualquier momento. Eso fue con este gran zampompazo que nos dio y estamos viendo que nuestro promedio, el 21, el 34 y el 55 nos están rechazando hasta ahora con una vela topera y también la línea meme. De darse esto el caso, esperaríamos un retroceso al promedio del 9 en los 2,344 o hasta el promedio del 100, que es justamente la zona que básicamente rompió y es donde debería de retestear el siguiente movimiento en los 2,277. Si es que no logras pasar los 2,611 a más corto plazo. Básicamente nuestra semanal nos está contando un poco de la misma historia con el promedio del 55 y el EMA 100 acá, junto con el SMA 200. El SMA 200 está en los 2,450. Aquí es donde quieres que aguante. Lo que quieres es este retesteo, empezar a consolidar por encima de y dar continuación a la alza. Es lo que nos gustaría ver. Y también poder pasar de los 2,586. De poder hacer eso, nuestro siguiente objetivo serían los 3,348 en la parte alta del HPDR. 5 días, volatilidad continúa expandiendo, aunque pueden ver que esta expansión de volatilidad se pierde un poco ante esta vela roja. El promedio del 100 es lo que nos está rechazando en la de 5 días y es justamente la resistencia en los 2.585. De poder romper eso a la alza, vamos a tener continuación hasta la parte alta del 88.3%, $3,000. Pero por acá deberíamos de empezar a consolidar un poco. Este movimiento ha sido muy agresivo, muy potente. Es lo que pensamos que Ethereum vaya a hacer y después dar continuación a la alza. La diaria tienes en extremos. El extremo está acá con tu vela topera, además de todo, en la parte del 95%. Ni siquiera llegaste al SMA 200. Eso te debería de dar mínimo una vuelta a los 2.245 o hasta los 2.100, que es nuestra siguiente línea meme, y eso sería perfectamente normal. Aquí encontrar suelo en lo que todo consolida por acá y después ir a los siguientes niveles. Es bastante sencillo, viendo Ethereum un poco de lejos, es esto. Es bastante alcista. Estamos literalmente ante un breakout gigantesco. Normalmente cuando tenemos breakouts importantes, vas a venir a retestear las zonas. La primera posibilidad de retesteo en zona es esta, o podría ser simplemente tu promedio del 9 que se encuentra en los 2.200, 2.300 más o menos para cuando llegue por ahí. De continuar esto acá consolidando el promedio del 200 por acá y tomar el promedio de los 200, no va a darse los escenarios del retesteo. Es simplemente estar en long, tienes un cruce plateado. ¿Qué es lo que pasa cuando tienes un cruce plateado? Todas tus oportunidades de entrar en long vienen cuando el promedio del 9 está enfrente de ti. Entonces, cuando tocas el promedio del 9, buena oportunidad para hacer un long y te da altas probabilidades de ganar. Estamos equivocados si perdemos este mínimo en los 3.387, pero antes de eso yo diría que va a estar difícil perder los 1.890. Si llegas a perder eso, está cocinado. Esa sería la preadvertencia. Por ahora, Ethereum busca consolidar este movimiento y dar continuación con el movimiento explosivo a la alza, damas y caballeros. Vámonos a Take Two con Alex. Ya lo tengo listo, sea, brother. Por favor.
All right. So, surprisingly, this is looking quite strong. I mean, I guess we looked at this because I have a chart on it. You know, it seemed to me like that 196 was the line in the sand. Once bulls got the reclaim and actually consolidated above it, you're now breaking out to new highs. This is a very strong chart. I don't know what they do, but this isn't a strong
Video
uptrend.
games, video games. They do the Grand Theft Auto, the one that was delayed like a year, and somehow their chart pumped like crazy. I don't fully understand the story, but that's what you're looking at.
Huh. Well, yeah, no, the hype on Grand Theft Auto is insane right now. So, I mean, if this is associated with that, I'm not surprised. Believe it or not, Grand Theft Auto has taken, it's costed more money than the Burj Khalifa to make, which is crazy if you think about that, because it's a digital product. But this is looking quite strong. Now, obviously, the easy thing is to say, okay, pull back, retest here. But with this kind of strength, I mean, trend is very strong. So really, you'd be gauging kind of the higher low just to be on the weekly 9, kind of what we're already grinded, possibly grinded in early this week. I'd be gauging for these highs to basically break and for us to break out. I mean, even on the weekly here, we have that median right at the weekly 9. It's basically been tapped, and then right up the 38.2%, right around 231. You break that, you'll most likely move up to the 241s, making a new high. Very strong chart though overall. Let's do your. Oh wait, wrong one. Boom. All right. So yeah, you are at the 0.236 area. So, I mean, you have a range now, right? You have kind of a range from 210 to $238. For me, it makes sense to just keep essentially April 21st low. So, very simply, this could just range between the fib levels, simply like this and this and this. Really, it's confirmed in a breakout once we actually do break above April 28th high. Very strong chart. I mean, that's all I really can offer. Just play the weekly 9. It doesn't seem like, you know, a pullback just seems too easy. I mean, if we go all the way back to 210, gauge that as an opportunity. 204 for the daily 9, daily EMA 100 could be the extremity long. You're even right around the 95% then. Daily BBWP is resetting. So best case scenario is, yeah, you just range within the fib levels. Doing so will most likely reset this. And then once this is reset, this definitely could give us a move up. But like I said, your whole objective is essentially to break, you know, that, what was it? It was April 28th high, I think. So that's kind of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, because my thing's slow. Simple chart though. Play the trend. I mean, really, and for what it's worth, I mean, it could be potentially already in. So bulls are really going to try to push up from here, break this high, reclaim it, flip it, and yeah, I mean, I'll get a nice move up to like 270s. Overall, I mean, it does seem like it wants to go potentially to 270s. I mean, that 88.3. I don't see why not. What would that be from here? Let's see, we break out 16, 17%. It's really not bad. Kind of believable too when you have a weekly volatility setup firing off. 15%, breaking above the moving average, confirmed within this week. So pullback if we hold above the 9. Within next week, you could really start seeing this at 270s. Or you go up to that 238, 239 reject, come at the bottom around 210. That's why I like ranges, because ranges can at least let you trade this lower time frame, trade it daily, and then on the short end, right? Just it's always nice when you can identify a range. For me, though, take 2 is looking extremely strong. One of the strongest charts we've seen all day. Delete this. All right. So then, yeah, I mean, monthly tried to just throw back for the monthly retest, but 50% caught it. Just that tells me strength. I bet you the 5 honestly caught it. Yeah, that's what it is. Whenever you have a 5 catching it, which has been basically this has been riding on the 5 all year since November. You had that wick down to the monthly 9. That tells me that any move down to the monthly 9 is an opportunity. And luckily for us, that is coming in right around the level, a little lower than that 210. But if we do somehow, some way fill this out, come down to here, this will be an opportunity. Yes, the weekly trend could shift, maybe the daily, but the monthly will still be very strong. And this will look like a monthly higher low. And actually, this is kind of what you'd want. If you're trying to play this, you're waiting for the monthly higher low. Because, you know, all else has chop, and it's just like you're playing within the middle, discovery zone, price discovery. Here, it's very logical. Monthly 9, last one was a major spring. You're grinding the 5. So if this 5 doesn't hold, next logical target's the 9. This is giving you confluence of that being right around the 38.2%. This isn't a breakout zone with monthly expanding from extreme lows back in November. So since then, this has been just tearing. And what you're noticing is this, again, strength has been putting in very shallow higher lows and really respecting the overall structure of the 9 and the 5. So that's why for this chart, there's no need to overcomplicate things at all. It's very strong. There's no need to position, and bulls are looking for this. Basically, it's at 217 to hold. You could literally, if we get a move down to 217, maybe punt along there and play trend, right? And if you're going to base this being a higher high, this has to be the higher low, does it not? So if this is going to be the higher high break, this stop loss placement's very logical to me. And tight. 3% to potentially, we'll pull it from a 38.2%, 10%. So it's still good RR, you know. So really not a bad chart. Whoever's viewing this, good catch. Honestly, it's very strong, very, very strong. And this is looking like, this is about to move up bigly, but it's still, for me, is at a spot where it could get that monthly higher low. And even here, the quarterly, when you make a quarterly higher high, generally you should get some kind of pullback. So it doesn't have to, though. I mean, based on the volatility, where we're at on the chart, if we go to the 2-month, it probably looks better. 2 months already breaking out with volatility expanding. And the monthly, I think, was, breaking out as well. And this all just can lead, or at least me, to believe that, this zone's probably going to hold, and this is probably going to break us out to that 250s. So, I won't be surprised if this is at 250s to 270s next week. It's that strong, really. That's potentially a 19% move. So it's not bad. Very strong chart. Very simple, though. Play the trend. You're in price discovery mode. Weekly looks like it's about to break out. Play the weekly 9 that plays right around where the weekly median is, and have your stop loss if you're going to long that at April 28th's low, essentially.
Perfect. Perfecto. Thank you. And we're going to go peso dollar, Mr. Farhan.
Alrighty.
Take two. Vamos a darle a la segunda toma, justamente al análisis que nos pasó Alex. Esto lo acabamos de ver, creo que el viernes, si no estoy equivocado. Y justamente estamos donde nos imaginaríamos. Les voy a poner esto un poco más de lejos. Voy a ponerla. Podemos ponerla la trimestral. Tiene un chingo de datos esto. Para que vean cómo está la situación, ¿no? De cuando empezó en el 97 a donde estamos hoy, salió a cotizar en $3.80, está en 225. Nada mal. Además de eso, tienes un cero de volatilidad en la trimestral que está expandiendo del punto más bajo de toda la historia, literalmente de acá, en Take Two, y esto te pone justamente en el 49%. Esta expansión de volatilidad se está dando con este zampompazo y todavía tiene camino. Entonces, ¿qué nos dice eso? Por supuesto que continuar alcista es lo que debería de. Mensual tienes la expansión de volatilidad también después de periodos nulos. Esta es una de las expansiones más fuertes y potentes de todas. Ahorita está un poco de lado, pero eso es con una vela roja, lo que indica que es probablemente simplemente una corrección en esta mensual. Estamos muy por encima del promedio del 9. Aquí les voy a poner el promedio del 5 porque en la mensual puedes darte cuenta que el promedio del 5, tíos, desde acá, desde noviembre, hemos simplemente rebotado en él. La única vez que llegamos al 9 fue la oportunidad del siglo. Ahora, volviste a rebotar ahorita en el promedio del 5 y eso te llevó a altos históricos. Así que atentos a tu promedio del 5 y el 9, oportunidades gigantescas. Puedes darte esta con menos volumen y esta con más volumen. Es lo que tendría sentido para cualquiera. Ahora les voy a poner el HPDR para que también puedan ver dónde estamos parados. En el HPDR estamos elevándonos, llegando a la parte alta. Todavía no, en realidad, para estar sobrevendidos tendríamos que estar bastante arriba. Vamos a ver a dónde le gusta ir a Take-Two. Le gusta ir casi al 95%, por lo que en los 288, casi los $300 están en juego. Cuando, además, esto es para todos nuestros traders que están empezando, cuando tienes números redondos en juego, normalmente el precio llega a tocar el número redondo. No sé por qué mierdas, pero es lo que tiene más probabilidades en este tipo de escenarios. Por ahora, simplemente en el plazo mediano, viendo la tabla mensual, estamos en 225, queremos quedarnos acá. De perder los 225 podríamos regresar a corregir a los 214 esta línea meme o hasta nuestro promedio del 9 en los 200, entre 214 y 209. De poder aguantar acá, vamos a tener la probabilidad de ir a buscar estos $250, 248 y de ahí más para arriba. 2 semanas, volatilidad quiere volver a expandir una vez más. Tengan un ojo aquí bien pelado. Está expandiendo ya por encima del promedio en 53.9. Esto nos dice que esta vela probablemente se vuelva azul y nos lleve a los 241 y buscar un nuevo máximo histórico. Estamos mal, simplemente perdiendo el mínimo que había logrado antes en los 220. Perdiendo este mínimo, tu siguiente objetivo serían los 213, justamente la línea meme, y de no poder aguantarlo, los 200 planos. Semanal también tienes volatilidad expandiendo por encima del promedio. Puta madre. en todas las temporalidades. Esto te debería llevar ahorita a los 230, que es la zona a no perder, los 220, los 216. Una vez más, eso te llevaría una vez más a los 200. Diaria, pueden ver que la volatilidad está contrayendo. Esto quiere decir que estamos consolidando. Al consolidar, ¿qué es lo que pasa? Simplemente nos deja y permite que todo esto se reajuste para poder volver a ser alcistas. Bastante fácil, honestamente, take two. Y pueden ver que aquí nuestra media está en los 230 y la parte alta en los 243. Vamos a crear nuevos máximos históricos. La pregunta es cuándo, ¿no? Y cómo. Y qué tan fácil va a ser. Ok, vean dónde estamos parados en este momento. La zona siguiente a retestear o agregar en tu, tal vez lo pondré en la semanal, exactamente. Lo pondré en la semanal y estas son tus zonas de interés, básicamente hasta acá, a los 214. De perder los 214, tu siguiente objetivo serían los 200. Eso sería la zona de mega, mega máxima oportunidad. Personalmente creo que aquí puede venir todo ese movimiento. Un regalo sería esto, pero va a continuar. O sea, no tiene por qué no consolidar más y después romper más a la alza. Tiene todo, 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 todo para continuar en esa tendencia. Vámonos al peso, a los pezones,
Time for the peso.
al peso
Yo soy el
mexicano.
Yo soy el mexicano, spendo el pesos.
I was going to say, it's very appropriate that you're doing this one, by the way.
Look at me. I am the Mexican now.
Exactly. Motherfucking exactly.
We've gotten a nice move down on the peso after hitting these nice, beautiful, beautiful highs. We have a nice silver cross to the upside. We are just around this 21 EMA. So if we do see a little bit of a move lower, we could see a move down into this 21 EMA, right around this $19 zone per 19 peso zone per dollar. And as long as we are holding the silver cross, this is bullish bias to the upside. And you're going to see this on the higher time frames whenever I switch out. Right now, you are right at the edge of the bearish control zone, right around the zone where you would expect this to flip back around. The only time that we really like went into the bullish control zone was around this zone, into the bearish control zone. I mean, freshly after having been in the bullish control zone was in late 2021 when the American government started raising rates and the dollar started going up and Mexican peso started going down. We aren't really doing that in America right now, are we? So I don't really see why we should get peso moving down like it did back then whenever they massively increased rates. I do see this as an area where you would very likely end up bouncing, and the confluence is with that is that silver cross and it right in the same area. Let's go up to the quarterly now. Quarterly is also in a very important area. It's the You have the 9 crossing the 21. This is an area where it's going to be very significant support, and it also lines right up with the silver cross, right in that 19.2 to 19.1 area. Because you are dropping below your 38.2%, the quarterly does tell you that you're likely going to retest that monthly silver cross, get right around this low $19 area. 19 is very likely going to hold a support, especially since with this wick here. Whenever we first started the busting action, the wick high was at 19. This is also going to mark this as a support area because this was resistance, which is not support. Lines up beautifully with our EMAs. Make a nice little higher low there, and then pump it significantly higher. I would say probably somewhere around 23 to 24 pesos per dollar is going to be the medium term to maybe long term target. Momentum on the quarterly is still sharply pointed to the upside. Sure, it's rejecting the bullish control zone, but that's not really that much of a dead sentence considering it did it right here and then just went straight up only. The significance of rejecting it would be if it dropped below the moving average, which is not done yet, and it's pretty far away from the moving average. Basically, a similar thing where we just consolidate a little bit at that blue 38.2% and then blast off. We have a buy signal around on the jewel, and it's breaking out of the bearish control zone. Let's remove these lines and see what happened when we get a buy signal in the bearish control zone. Remove that line as well. Oh, we've never had one ever. Very interesting. So I can't get any data from that. Let's just do buy signals in general, since we can't do the bearish control zone one. So this should be one of the most explosive moves the peso has ever seen, if we're doing it from the bearish control zone, which we've never done before.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry. I
This
had to
this
go
should be
to-
one of the most explosive moves on the peso we've ever seen. If this
That's
is the
right.
first time it's ever flipping up from the bearish control zone.
That's motherfucking cocksucking right, son. The dollar's gonna obliterate everyone.
17% on the immediate move, and then 56%. For 79%. And as of right now, only a tranquilo 16%. Let's take it 50%. Brings us to about 27 pesos per dollar. Very interesting number. Takes us higher, a little bit higher than that $24 area, but I believe 27 is the number that Alex has been talking about for a long time, and I believe you as well. 27
To me,
pesos per dollar.
that's going to be the bottom of the stock market in the United States when we're at the $27 ratio peso to dollar. Depending on where we are in the stock market, that marks every single bottom in the past on the stock market.
How much time am I
Crazy.
going to have to buy shit at 27 pesos per dollar in Cancun?
It's not. It doesn't last that long. It lasts like a week or two. Look at the COVID one at 25. That's the kind of a move. Or the only two ones that I would compare it to would be 2020 and 2008. So it doesn't stay that high for that long. Because
Yeah, just like
what it
1
is
month.
yeah, what it is the dollar is still the bottom of the monetary system, right? So what we're doing somehow, it's kind of similar to the dollar milkshake theory when it happened like now in 2020, where everyone's going to run out of dollars. Because remember, every single country owes about $1 trillion in debt every single month that they need to pay. So at some point, those dollars dry out. The United States does this on every single one of these cycles. Dollars dry out, and then guess who's the one that has all the power to reignite the system? The U.S. So and that's when everything goes upside down. And then that's why it normalizes so fast. Because once the U.S. injects the dollars into the system, the peso will start to stabilize and all that stuff. It's the same thing it did in 2008. Now, it's not the same, but it's very similar.
Mhm. It's interesting. And it all lines up with the technicals too, for a massive move of busting action.
Crazy, right? But that means
2
the stock
week.
market's going to take a huge shit, by the way, in case no
Yeah.
one knows.
Probably easily breaks below that 4,600 low.
Mm-hmm. Oh, these are like the
2 week.
worst crashes. Yeah.
Yeah, like 2008 level.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. This time I'm not in elementary school.
Who knows? You might be able to profit from this one.
Fingers crossed. On the 2 week, we are starting to flip back up on momentum. Still below the moving average, however, still within the bearish control zone. But it is starting to put in a little bit of promise, especially at that 200 SMA. If we can start to close, not over this 21, but I'd want to see a close over the 9. Get a close over the 9 at about 19.9. We should see a nice move up. It would still technically be a bearish retest. It would be into this swing line and this median right around 20.4. And as long as we're below this area, we are in the zone for a bearish retest. Start to close 2 weeks over this area, then we're probably going to get some nice busting action. But as long as we're below here, bias is still making a bearish retest and testing that monthly silver cross. For the weekly. Weekly is also trying to pick back up on momentum, still below, right around that 55 EMA. Bias is still towards the downside as long as you are closing below this 5 EMA, which is at about 19.65. If you can close above this 5 EMA, That should get you your move to somewhere around that 19.9, maybe 20 area. Still very high probability zone for a rejection and a lower high, and as long as you are below that area. But the momentum's it is an area that where you should be looking for a mean reversion sometime soon, however. 5 day is now flipping freshly back to the downside, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. Volatility just about to start expanding again. It is kind of shaping up like if we start to lose these lows, we are going to get that retest of that monthly silver cross. Right now, that's not more likely sooner, as long as we are holding this wick low here and on a closing basis at about 19.4463. Once you start closing below this area, that's where you're probably going to capitulate to that monthly silver cross. 2 day is now flipping back up on momentum, getting back to the reset zone, while the volatility is sitting at almost 0%, 0.26%. What you want to see is the 2 day close over this median, and then you should see a nice move back up to the upside, which is that bearish retest into the 20s. In the 20 peso per dollar area, very high probability that is just going to be a bearish retest, and you're probably done from there. And you have a silver cross to the downside right now. That would just be a move into a retest into the silver cross to the downside. It's funny how that works. A retest into the silver cross into the downside would give you a retest of the silver cross to the upside on the monthly. Very beautiful, very poetic.
And it's
Yeah.
forming a ginormous inverse head and shoulders on long time frames. I'll show you after.
And you have a fresh buy signal on the jewel right now in the bearish control zone. Let's do that one. Very high probability mean reversion bounce from here. Retest that daily silver cross right in the 20. Bearish retest of 20. Another quick little dump to the very low 19s. Retest that monthly silver cross. And then we can send it.
Yep.
I don't even need 27 pesos per dollar. I'm happy at 24.
The best thing about it is no matter how high the dollar gets against the peso, no matter how high, everything will be fine in Mexico because everyone will be told on TV that everything has been done with what do they call it? Soberanía, dignity, and something else. So as long as we have those elements, even if the peso is even if the dollar is 800 to 1, it'll be fine.
That's exactly what they do in Pakistan. Where I was telling my dad that the Pakistani rupee was going to go from 150 to over 300, and he was like, "Absolutely not. There's no way it'll happen. China will never allow it to happen. China will step in. They'll pump money into the system. They'll buy rupees, and they'll never allow it." Later that year, same year, it was trading over 300. But he's like, no, it's okay because China and the IMF are doing all of this thing, so it's okay if the rupee is at 300.
Yeah. It's real. It's a real thing. I mean, I know people think I'm joking, but I'm dead serious. Like it'll be fine. People will be like,
It's a
"Yeah, it's
massive
part
cope.
of it." Yeah. It's a mega cope.
It's funny how people cope in all kinds of markets. Massive copes.
Yeah, I mean, the one that it's your currency, it's the worst because that literally means you have a certain percentage of money less than the rest. And that's the only bummer, but yeah.
And then when you're some retarded boomer with sentimental ties to a country, then you just take the L out of patriotism.
Dude.
For some reason, they think it's unpatriotic to get rid of your currency, which is dying.
I'll never understand that. It's so funny.
Check the next one. 3%. Wow. 4. That was a nice wick. Still made a higher low, so you still would have been positive on that. Immediate move up of about 10%, and then 15%, very close to that 16% number we had. 5%. So 5 seems to be our low end number, or 3 seems to be the low end number. 5 is the medium, and 15 and 16 is the high. So how much have we moved up so far now? Or from this is from the low. Let's take it from the open. 0.05%. Let's take it about 3% for the low end number. Brings us to right around 20, which would be a very nice, beautiful bearish retest. Take it to 5%, which I think is a little bit less likely. It's around 20.6. 20.6. Let's flip back to the monthly and see what that would be. Just over our meme line. So sure, it's possible, but unlikely that you even get that in the first place that you touch it, and even if you touch it, unlikely that you close there. And now shift down one more to the daily. Daily is also now shifting back up on momentum, getting back over the moving average while volatility approaches 0%. Also giving you the idea that you're probably gonna get a bearish retest before you go lower. Getting back over that daily median, have been below it basically since this dump kind of deviated a little bit, but you rejected that 21 and then immediately dumped. You can close above that, then a lot more probability added to the idea of the bearish retest. Right now, momentum, it hasn't quite closed over the moving average, but right on this close, if you can close over the median, very likely will, and you probably will get volatility expansion along with that. 4 hours now, especially broken into the bullish control zone with volatility support, and the 4 hour is about to give a pretty awesome jewel buy signal with the pink crossing below above the yellow within the bearish control zone, while the light blue breaks out of the bearish control zone. Goes along with invalidating the silver cross to the downside by closing over the 55 EMA. From there, you likely do see a move into somewhere around 19.95 to around 20 for that bearish retest. Let's check RSI. Oh, wow, beautiful. 6 month right now has active 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence confirmed on this last 6 month close. Amazing. That's basically fresh. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing above 16.25 pesos per dollar. And your next target on that, at a minimum, is going to be. Are you below this neutral zone right now? Yeah, we are below. So the first target is the neutral zone. Right now, that is at about 19.9. Lines up with the idea of that 20, that move into the 20. But then your more realistic target, which from this level of volatility is going to be the simple moving average and the bullish control zone. Simple moving average right now sits at about 23.6, right below 24, and the bullish control zone at around 24.69. Very beautiful, right? Just give us a nice tap of 24s, maybe a little bit higher to 27s. Let me buy a bunch of shit in Mexico, and then we can do whatever we want after that. On the 6 month, where the jewel is now firstly losing the sell signal, switching over to neutral. This is the first time the jewel has lost that sell signal since January of 2014. I'm not sure what happened in January of 2014. But we're going significantly below those levels on momentum, while price is making a significantly higher low, giving you hidden bullish divergence on the jewel. And that hidden bullish divergence is confirmed because we've closed over this week high. So now you've got hidden bullish divergence on the jewel, and you've got it on the RSI. And your minimum targets are first is going to be your highs right here around 20, or about somewhere around this candle's high, about 20. Likely to get that retest of that monthly silver cross at around low 19s, and then you should see it move into 24 from there. And that 6 month is doing the divergences on volatility expansion. No. Nothing. Then 2-week currently has active bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing below 19.77. Goes above that, invalidates your divergence, activates your move into that 20. 5-day as well has that same divergence, same invalidation. Daily is now about to put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. It is going to confirm as long as you close above 19.53 and you have many, many, many periods of 0% volatility. Should see some nice busting action if this confirms, giving you that bearish retest, that's the retest of that 2-day silver cross, right around that 20 area, and then you can get your nice rejection and move into the monthly silver cross. Where would that be? Right around your 200 SMA and 100 as well. Very nice. For people who say moving averages don't work.
Who can say that? Literally, you can just see any chart, see the reaction of the
Oh,
price of moving averages.
There's people who will make fun of you for using moving averages.
No. What?
Yep.
You're too deep into
And
this
Alex
trading
and
world.
Alex
I've
can
never
concur.
heard that. That's
Oh, yeah,
crazy.
I've been made fun of so many times because of
We're
my
using
system.
moving averages?
Oh yeah.
You're like, I can't take you seriously because you're using those moving averages.
I'm like,
What are
what?
they using? Quantum intelligence? What the fuck is it? Like, are they getting their numbers from the ether, and that's the only way to look at a chart?
That's
That
what I
must be
wonder.
the case. People.
On the 6-month, you're getting that volatility expansion from the lowest level you've ever had in peso history, with momentum just on the verge of flipping to the upside, putting in a massive hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to flip up as long as you close over 19.4. It does seem pretty likely considering this trend is now towards the upside. That is going to be huge. That, like, 24 to 27 kind of seems light based off of that. Quarterly, it's still positioned to the upside. It's been to the upside for about 2 periods now, and it's going to remain up as long as you're above 16.37. Nice little retest of this moving averages. Send it. Monthly is positioned to the downside. It's not really a dead sentence as of this moment because you have yet to test the edge of the bullish control zone, but it is going to be flipped down as long as you're below 21.1. 2-week is now getting fresh volatility expansion from 0%, and momentum is currently to the downside below 20.31. Makes a lot of sense to come back up, do a bearish retest, get a nice little tap of this 20 area, reject it, and then get a move into that monthly silver cross. Weekly is also freshly flipped to the downside with volatility expansion, and it's going to be down below 20, 19.99. 5-day as well, freshly flipped down below 20.36. 2-day starting to flip up with volatility contraction, and is with that silver cross to the downside, and it is going to be flipped up above 19.53. Daily is also flipped up with many periods of low volatility, 0% volatility, and it is going to be flipped up above 19.51. And 4-hour is going to be flipped up with volatility expansion above 19.43. So right now, the higher time frames are looking extremely bullish. The 6-month has hidden bullish divergence on the RSI, on the Jewel. It's about to put it in on the stochastic with volatility expansion. The monthly is getting positioned to the upside. We have a monthly silver cross. The quarterly has flipped the trend back up. You should be looking for a higher low and then a higher high after that. Momentum is very sharply to the upside on the quarterly. Monthly is with that silver cross, it's positioned into an uptrend. We should be looking for a higher low. The lower time frames are flipped to the downside right now, with the 2-day giving you or the medium terms and 2-day giving you a silver cross down. I do with the daily and lower being up, I do expect a retest into that silver cross to the downside, which is right around that 20 area, maybe 20.3, somewhere around there to retest. I do expect that to reject and then come back down to retest this monthly silver cross to the upside. So silver cross to the downside rejection gives you a retest of your silver cross to the upside, which then likely gives you your busting action to somewhere around 24 to 27 pesos. The invalidation of all of this is going to be losing this low here at about 16.25. If you get basically even a daily close below 16.25, then the whole idea is out of the window and you're probably going to get a breakdown. Don't think that's going to happen though. I think we're going to get a move into 20.3, reject that, come down to the very low 19 area, and then from there commence busting action to the 24s.
Boom. You want to see the inverse head and shoulders? This is a monthly chart. So, shoulder, head, and then shoulder. So whenever this comes and retests this area right here, this zone right here is where everyone is going to start tagging me on Twitter and saying, I thought the peso was going to $30. And as soon as we see that and we see the price right here, we'll know that we need to long the dollar against the peso and just fucking go busting to the upside. This
What's
move,
the target off that?
I was going to say, this move right here, which tapped literally the 200 SMA, is around here. And let's just pretend breakout is here. That should take us. Can you see it on screen?
27.
27 motherfucking pesos for dollar.
Delicioso.
Do you love this or what? Fucking
Beautiful.
Incredible. All righty.
Thank you, sir. Let me spend some of my dollars at 27 pesos.
You Okay. Thank you, sir. Vale, estamos viendo el peso contra el dólar. Obviamente, esto recuerden que mientras más sube este gráfico es que está subiendo más el dólar, no el peso. Este gráfico es un inverso al peso. El peso está cayendo cuando el dólar está subiendo. Eso es obvio. Es cuántos pesos por dólar. Aquí arriba son 25 pesos por dólar. Aquí abajo son 16 pesos por dólar. ¿Ok? Solamente quería explicar eso. Varias cosas. Estamos viendo una tabla mensual. La tabla mensual que estamos viendo tiene un hombro, cabeza, hombro formándose. Este hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido tiene su hombro, cabeza y está formando el siguiente hombro por acá. ¿Cómo lo vamos a poner y lo vamos a medir? Sencillo, vamos a poner el cuello aquí. Cuando rompamos la zona de los $21, vas a tener un movimiento hasta los 27, que es lo que llevaría a este movimiento para ser completado. 27 pesos por dólar. Para toda la gente en México, una vez más, esto no es un ataque en su soberanía, en su dignidad, ni tampoco en el valor de los mexicanos. Esto es literalmente solamente lo que va a costar comprar dólares si tienes pesos, ¿ok? No tiene nada que ver con tu economía. Bueno, tiene todo que ver con tu economía, pero no tiene nada que ver con nada más, ¿ok? Antes de que me lleguen las amenazas de muerte volando. No es que ya porque eres gringo no crees en el peso. Nunca he creído en el peso. Quiero que sepan eso, que lo vean literalmente desde acá. Sencillamente pueden ver lo potente del movimiento del peso. Cuando yo me acordaba de él, estaba en 3 pesos por dólar, $3 por peso. Se los juro por mi vida, cuando yo era chiquito recuerdo $3 por peso en el 94. Y ahora estamos simplemente cotizando a casi 10 veces eso, en $19 en estos momentos con 50 centavos. Algo importante que vale la pena mencionar es, hemos estado en esta tendencia alcista del dólar en contra del peso, una vez más, dólar en contra del peso. Eso quiere decir que el dólar ha estado en tendencia alcista desde el 94, entrando en este canal, ¿ok? En el 94 tuvimos esta explosión a la alza. ¿Qué fue lo que ocurrió? ¿Alguien sabe su historia mexicana o no? ¿Qué fue lo que ocurrió justamente aquí cuando el peso se fue al culo? Se fue de $3 hasta literalmente 10 pesos por dólar. O sea, básicamente triplicó en valor. El 94 fue cuando México tuvo la gran devaluación después de que Salinas salió con Cedillo, ¿ok? Esto es lo que pasó. Esto es un evento histórico, ¿ok? En el 94. Luego venimos una vez más a la parte baja del canal, justamente aquí, y después tienes un movimiento súper agresivo a la alza, donde el peso estaba cotizando en 9.8, básicamente todavía más abajo de lo que era en los 90s, 9.8 y después subió hasta los 15, un aumento del 50%. Esto fue octubre del 2008. septiembre, octubre del 2008. Cuando el peso llegó aquí arriba, que es los 15, fue en marzo del 2009. Este fue el fondo del mercado de la bolsa en Estados Unidos. ¿Ok? Ese fue el fondo del mercado en Estados Unidos. Los voy a llevar a otra ocasión que se les va a hacer familiar. Acá tienes al peso en lo más bajo que había estado en todo este tiempo, desde el 2016 hasta acá. Cae. Ahora tuviste esta zona donde estaba más abajo, pero cae, todo el mundo dice, güey, está muy barato el peso, está en 18, nos está yendo muy bien, la soberanía y la dignidad, etcétera. Y pito, güey, se va hasta los 25. Este fue uno de los movimientos más chistosos en toda mi vida que he visto del peso, por las consecuencias que tuvo. Esto yo estaba en YouTube y le dije a todo el mundo cuando el peso estaba acá, el peso va a reventar y se va a ir hasta los 25. No sabía por qué. No entendía bien el cómo, nunca había visto la relación, no entendía tablas, pero se los dije. El peso llegó a los 25, pero duró nada. Luego se bajó y todo el mundo me dijo que me equivoqué y que estaba mal. Toda la bajada, todo el mundo me mentó la madre. Pero el peso llegó a lo que dije que iba a llegar. Entonces, ahora me voy a preparar por otra de esas. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo en este momento? En este momento pueden ver el S&P 200 es esta línea morada que viene desde aquí abajo. Sí la pueden ver, ¿no? Que nos aguantó el precio justamente acá en los 16.2, cuando fue el fondo del peso. Empezó a popular en el 2006. La única vez que lo ha tocado fue esta, ¿ok? Eso fue lo que nos marcó el fondo local del peso, del dólar contra el peso. Cuando el superpeso se fue de 25 hasta 16, una excelente recuperada. Y esto ocurrió cuando México tuvo toda la inversión de China y de todo el mundo entrando a México. Ahora va a estar a punto de pasar exactamente lo contrario. Toda la inversión del mundo va a ir a Estados Unidos, está entrando a Estados Unidos, y todas las demás monedas van a volver a comérsela enterita. Lo que estamos viendo en este momento es un reajuste del peso. Para formar el hombro, cabeza, hombro, tenemos que venir acá y después salir. Nosotros, en este momento, el peso dólar está cotizando en 19.5 en estos momentos. Lo pueden ver acá en este canal tan precioso. ¿Qué tenemos? Tenemos un cruce plateado a la alza. ¿Y qué nos dicen todos los cruces plateados a la alza? Que tienes que venir a retestear o tu promedio del 9 o el cruce plateado. El cruce plateado está más o menos en los 19.14, $19. Yo esperaría en este retesteo, me gustaría a mí especialmente ver al peso caer a los 18.6. Esta, si se fijan bien y acercan acá, se acercan a la computadora, pueden ver esta zona de los 16.6 es una zona muy interesante porque en esta zona van a ver en mi Twitter cómo todo el mundo me va a empezar a escribir, es un pendejo lo que el dólar se iba a 27. Acá, cuando vea esos tweets y vean que el precio del peso está aquí en el gráfico, muy importante, entiendan que de ahí ya no va a haber paradas hasta los 27. Esto va a ser el resorte que lo vaya a llevar hasta allá. Ahora, lo que yo no sé es si va a tocar los 16.6, si simplemente se va a aguantar en los 19. Yo les dije cuando el peso tuvo esta fractura y cayó aquí a los 19 y cacho, que iba a comprar, que me iba a deshacer de pesos para comprar dólares. Y fue exactamente lo que hice con un peso bastante alto. Ahora, si llega a caer a 19.1, voy a hacer mi segunda operación y mi tercera sería acá. No tengo una cantidad de pesos ahorrada, tengo pesos, pero los cambio cuando es importante para mí y esto es lo que me estaba esperando. El primer cambio fue bueno, vamos a ver el segundo y el tercero si me salen mejor que el primero. Por ahora, pueden ver la tendencia en la que nos encontramos. Venimos después de hacer básicamente altos históricos en el 2000, puta madre, altos históricos en el 2020. Después de eso, estuvimos en una tendencia bajista. Tocamos fondo justamente acá en el 2024 y desde entonces el peso ha perdido contra el dólar hasta 30% y a donde está cotizando hoy un 20%. Entonces, nos podría dar el throwback para que el peso gane terreno por acá, se quede en 15% de pérdidas pero eso va a ser el límite y de ahí va a explotar a la alza. Y una vez más, ¿vieron esto? Acá, abril del 2020, el peso en 25. Este fue el fondo de la bolsa en Estados Unidos. No sé por qué pase tan directamente con el peso. No pasa tanto con otras monedas como con el peso. Pero efectivamente, entonces yo voy a estar esperando una vez más. No estoy deseando que nada pase. No estoy diciendo nada. La dignidad, la soberanía y la fuerza del pueblo sigue junta y todo eso, por supuesto que sí. Pero estos podrían ser malas noticias para la soberanía y la dignidad. Cuando esto explote a la alza y llegue a la zona de 27, yo voy a voltear a ver la bolsa de valores y voy a considerar que ese será el fondo del mercado. Ahí lo tienen. Movimiento sencillo del peso está en 19.6 en este momento. ¿Qué es lo que esperamos? Y solamente se lo enseño en un gráfico mensual porque más para abajo es pérdida de tiempo en Forex, en mi opinión. ¿Qué es lo que estamos esperando? Retesteo del cruce plateado en los 19.1 y máximo después del breakout del EMA 100, tal vez un retesteo justamente en los 18.6 sea la zona de máxima oportunidad y de ahí a los 27. Y hay divergencias alcistas en todo momentum, entrando en lugares que nunca había entrado, de la zona más baja, de todos volteándose para arriba. Todo lo que se imaginen está pasando que apoya esto. ¿Dónde sabemos si nos equivocamos? Un segundo y se los va a poner bastante fácil. Por debajo de los 18.1. Por debajo de los 18.1, el peso se va a volver más fuerte, va a tener más dignidad, va a tener más soberanía y libertad. Más crimen también, pero también mucha dignidad. Y una vez que llegue por debajo de esto, la soberanía y dignidad de todos van a caer en mi Twitter a refrescármela. Ahí lo tienen. Vamos con Tesla, damas y caballeros.
Nice. Yeah,
By the
Tesla's
way,
looking good.
I'm sorry, just to wrap that up. Every time I talk about Mexico, like, because I make fun of what the president says all the time, like about freedom and like what they are, I get death threats. I've never seen anything like that. Like literally death threats on my Instagram, my TikTok. So right now I was saying, please, you're looking at the peso dollar. Just know yes, the peso is going to go to shit, but I have nothing to do with this. And I'm not wishing for it, okay? So before I get the death threats in my inbox, people need to know I'm just here telling you what's happening with the peso, not doing it or rooting for it. Just wanted to clarify that and to tell everyone that the members at Elite Trading Academy, we all look at it that way. We're not rooting for one way or the other. We're just rooting to make money.
Yeah, it's the
don't
same
shoot
thing
the
like on
messenger.
Twitter. Whenever you say you think the price is going to go down, they think that you're saying you want it to go down or you're going to make it go down.
Yeah. It's fucking incredible. What do you see on Tesla, Alex?
Could. I wish. Yeah, no, the wick high, I mean, this wick low, I mean, is very important. You have two wick lows that have solidly held Tesla, and then we dumped through it. So getting back above essentially 327 will be great. Getting back above there will signal a move up to 370s. So it's a very big level here that we're testing on Tesla. I'd expect essentially the first tap to reject, and bears are going to try to get this to be a bearish retest area. Why I don't think that this is going to reject, but rather just slightly pull back from here is based on the 38.2%. You're simply on a weekly breakout with also major support from the moving averages. The weekly chart just really shows the shift in structure. This weekly 9 and 5 was holding Tesla down for a very long time. Then we got back above and we've been solidly consolidating before breaking out. Now, minor little gap here. So if we came down, tapped 300, which is a psychological number, I'll be looking at that as kind of the opportunity zone. Could easily look like this, get back above 330, signals to move up to 378s. That's it, really. Very basic chart. And this move down really could reset volatility enough to where we could get a busting action move here soon. Now, I'll look at the monthly too. Closing in, I think it was 19 days. closing in a while, of course, but still, let's just see where that 9 is.
Just give it 30 minutes. Almost there. Almost there.
Even Crown, his trading view is very slow. Seems like it's not just us.
It's
There
just
we
trading
go.
view.
Yeah, it's just trading view. Nice. So, you know, this is very healthy, and this actually is very nice because it gives you confidence that, yeah, I mean, we hold this zone, you know, you'll be looking at 300 as the opportunity zone into April, May, June, into June. You know, you hold 300, yeah, free move up to the 340s. At that point, don't see why, right? As long as we're holding above that 330, 327, I really won't see why we're not going to go up to 370s. Even here, you had a monthly reclaim SFP. So if you really wanted to look higher time frame, this would just be an bearish retest SFP, bearish retest potentially. So you'll have to really watch carefully here.
It's gonna repeat the one before that you have all the way on the left. That top, and then the second one. It literally does the same shit. It's like Rivian.
It could actually, yeah. The only difference, no, I guess, yeah, because you didn't even monthly trend shift here. You didn't monthly trend shift here. That's why it's fucky. So yeah, you're right. You really could go up to like that 370s and then big time reject. And then that'll be the itchings or the start of the monthly downtrend.
You guys want to take bets at
So-
what price people are going to start demanding Elon steps down from Doge?
I got it. Dude, I have it all fucking mapped out. Are you ready? Okay.
Yeah.
At 214, they're going to start talking about it. At 214, 215. Let's call it 215. Under 200, you're going to start seeing people like literally lose their fucking shit. And once we're at 180, fire Elon. I don't care what he says. Like even the people that were in his camp, Russ Gerber is probably going to come out and sell the bottom again. If he's got, if he bought more at the top, then he's going to sell the bottom again. All of that's going to happen, and they're all going to be telling Elon what to do at 180. Just watch it. If it melts down under 180, get ready to see the most ridiculous shit you'll ever see in your life. And I'm in for everything.
I got a target between 160 and 170, and then very likely bottom there.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
So it could easily be like this. Elon needs to step down. Tesla's dead. Blah blah blah. Multi-month consolidation before the
ever so slightly higher low.
And
that last major one.
Yeah.
Oh, so I mean, he did the 100, 140, and now he's gonna do, let's say, 150, 160, and then up to the moon again. Sorry, Alex.
Because the higher low is better on the quarterly, and yeah, this really could play out. Consolidation bottom right around that quarterly 34, which again has been a reoccurring thing on Tesla. I mean, we like to bottom on that quarterly 34, bottom tier. That is right at 180. So kind of tying in nicely. And I think that monthly EMA 100 is right there. So confluence of that idea, often people get the most bearish or the most irrational near bottoms. 170 to 180 is the spot. So, in summary, this chart's very easy to me. I'm just waiting for this to load real quick so I can wrap this up. I like to wrap it up, stay safe, wrap up. Not really, I don't like to, but let's wrap it up.
Only homos wrap it up, sir.
Yeah. Unless you're in Dubai, then it makes sense.
Oh my God.
So it's just not going to
load. Just play some Russian roulette. Real men get STDs.
That's funny. Yeah, I don't know what's happening here, but what was it? It was, I just can't even remember off the top of my head. So I just need this to load. Bullshit. Okay. It's always the last chart too, of course. My gosh. Yeah, I don't know. I'll pull it on my phone. I just need to see the levels. I can wrap this up. So annoying that you guys still can hear me though, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. God, what the heck? I think it was 373. But you need to reclaim. I think it was 327. You reclaimed 327. You'll get a free move up to 373. That's going to be the spot. You want to be really mindful of where we're at on Tesla right now, which is resistance. Right around that 320 level. But for me, it's looking good. Slight pullback in this spot. Maybe we fill that gap, go down to 300. 300's nice psychological point. Should hold support there. If the 300 mark can hold, I'll be looking at that as just a nice throwback on the daily, weekly, before going to 330, reclaim 330, 327, free move to 370s. 370s is a big spot. You do not want to be caught with your pants down, max longing at 370, but rather de-risking, waiting for a higher time frame close and seeing if we can really shift back above that $373 mark. We can get back above there. Yeah, it'll really start looking good, in my opinion. So that's it. 300 holds, throw back here, 300s, test the breakout zone, all the major moving averages, get back above 327, free move to 374. You reclaim 374. I don't see any reason why we're not going to test all-time highs. Specific number will be around 414 to like 430. But then at that point, again, you'll really have to wonder, are we just going to make a new high? Simply based on like monthly trend. We just really need these lows to hold right at 216, and we need the monthly to reclaim the 9. So still, like, there's no FOMO on this chart because you easily could do this, and then the monthly closes, and then you throw it back into June, and then boom, very easily could do that. That's why I just never have FOMO with trades. So that's all I have on Tesla. It's looking good though.
Look at you. Yeah, look at you not having FOMO on trades. I'm going to bring you back to screen. And I have to tell you guys, we're done. We're motherfucking done. Is there anything else you would like to add, see, say, look at, etc.?
Just let's get this little bearish retest and nice little dump ski on the Bitcoin, fill our longs, and then we can send it to Valhalla.
That'd be really nice. That'd be really nice.
Same.
All righty. Well, thank you so much, boys. I appreciate you. Great job, great job, great job. Good charts. And
Buenas
thank you.
tardes and hasta
Have a nice
luego.
day. Enjoy.
Thank you, boys.
Enjoy. Estamos viendo Tesla, damas y caballeros, y está haciendo lo que nadie creía que podía hacer. Tesla es una mamada, es idéntico. Está haciendo esto, básicamente. Este tope, luego regresó, cayó por acá en ese entonces, y de ahí regresó hasta los 380. Y ahí fue donde rechazó y se fue a crear este nuevo mínimo. ¿Ok? ¿Qué estamos viendo ahorita? Tenemos un nuevo máximo. Tenemos esta caída que nos trae un poco parecido a donde nos había traído. Y ahora estamos una vez más yendo. Este es un gráfico mensual, por cierto. Estamos yendo justamente a nuestra línea meme en los 330. Y de esta línea meme, muy probablemente a los 370. Es donde nos vamos a encontrar con esa resistencia. Y ahí es donde probablemente no haremos... Aquí hay dos sopas, porque este movimiento es obviamente un poco diferente a este porque es más pequeño. No tuvo la misma, o sea, es relativamente más grande. Este llegó más arriba, ¿no? Entonces, me esperaría a que estos bajos también llegaran más abajo. Y sí, la volatilidad abrió eso. Entonces, me esperaría yo que el precio se encuentre en los 370. En los 370 se doble y vaya a buscar esta línea meme por acá o hasta esta línea en los 180. La razón por qué digo eso es porque es por temporalidad. Tesla, igual que Rivian, tradean idéntico a como tradeaban en el pasado bueno, no por alguna razón, otra vez más, es por temporalidad. Por ahora, habíamos hecho un máximo histórico justamente acá en los 488.54. Por ahora estamos por encima de nuestro promedio del 9, del 5. Regresamos a una postura alcista después de haber caído hasta los 214, me parece que fue 216. Exacto. No, 214 fue el fondo, ¿no? En esta vela. 214.25, efectivamente. Entonces, acá no hubo pierde. Quien haya comprado por acá está llevando una excelente sorpresa, definitivamente. La cosa es, vamos a aguantar esta sorpresa. Yo creo que valdría la pena deshacerte de tu sorpresa en esta zona. ¿Por qué? Porque Tesla lo que está haciendo, por más que esté en postura alcista, estás viendo que dónde está la parte alta de la zona azul. La parte alta de la zona azul coincide con nuestra línea meme por acá, por nada. Le faltan $3, ¿no? 334, 339. Esta zona podemos llegar acá sin problema alguno, rechazar, venir a los 300 de vuelta y de ahí catapultarnos a los 370, encontrar nuestro tope local y ahí ir a buscar los 180. Es lo que estamos pensando va a pasar con Tesla por ahora. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más, ponerlo en la semanal para que lo puedan ver de cerca. Déjame acerco el arco iris, la tabla del arco iris, para que lo puedan ver. Para empezar, abrimos con un gap. Este gap está acá en los 306, va a funcionar como una excelente trampa. Por ahora, estando por encima de 315, te debería dar el siguiente impulso a los 330, llevarte justamente a esta línea meme. De poder romper los 330, 362 es lo que seguiría y pueden ver, ahí está nuestra línea meme, los 369. Así 370, como lo quieran ver. Esta sería nuestra siguiente zona de interés y es que podemos aguantar acá. ¿Dónde sabemos si nos equivocamos? Simplemente cargándote la media en los 270 y esta zona para abajo. No es la mensual. 3 días. 3 días también pueden ver que estamos empujando a la alza. Y a Tesla no le importa, o sea, llega a los 95%, 82%, que esta, una vez más, zona coincide por ahí de los 370. Estamos justamente en el 78.6% encontrando resistencia en los 320. De poder romper esos 320 una vez más, vamos a tener una fiesta gratis para venir a los 340 y de ahí muy probablemente darnos una vuelta a altos históricos en Tesla. S&P 200 cruzando por acá en la de 3 días una vez más, en los 238, solamente interesante para notarlo. ¿Y qué más? Y ya, básicamente, o sea, honestamente, Tesla se ve muy bien, continúa siendo alcista, pero no alcista de all-time highs. Quieres máximos históricos, vas a tener que romper 415 a la alza y tener cierres por encima de. Eso va a estar difícil, pero no es imposible. Así que mantengan un ojo por acá. Vamos a ver qué tanto va a jugar Tesla con nosotros, pero muy buena tabla. Muy buena tabla, se ve bien Tesla. Somos alcistas, creemos que la oportunidad de entrada va a estar por acá entre los 290 hasta tal vez los 276. Eso te permita entrar una vez más en largo y poder disfrutar de esta jugosa subida. Si se llega simplemente a ir, pues se te fue y no hay ningún otro trade por ahí porque tus invalidaciones están bastante lejos, a menos de que en la diaria exista un truquito que no hemos visto. No, también tienes el gap por acá, pero efectivamente el S&P 200 estando en los, y aparte el EMA 100 estando justo acá en los 293, me hace pensar que podemos ver uno de estos y para arriba, antes de encontrar el nuevo alto más bajo y después buscar el bajo más bajo. También importante notar en esta tabla, les voy a poner la mensual para que haya menos ruido. Una vez más, también notar en esta tabla los niveles, ¿ok? Aquí es donde todo el mundo va a poner todas las fotos de cuando compró Tesla en 1991. Van a estar diciendo en X que ya se sacaron la lotería, vienen altos nuevos, todo el mundo celebrando. Y esta va a ser la zona crítica. Esta es la zona donde todos vienen a llorar, tristes, se ponen a llorar y aparte, lo interesante de esta zona de precio en los 170, entre 180 y 160, lo interesante de esta zona no nada más va a ser a la gente llorar, pero también va a volver a la gente más inteligente que Elon Musk. Aquí es donde la gente le empezará a decir en X cómo tiene que hacer su chamba, qué es lo que tiene que hacer con la empresa, que debería renunciar, y esta gente va a empezar a dar unas brillantes ideas que Elon Musk jamás pensó en cuando el precio llega acá. Y sabrás que el fondo está puesto cuando empiecen a escuchar que Elon Musk tiene que renunciar. ¿Ok? Entonces, ahí lo tienen, así de fácil. No hay nada más para esto. Esto es el análisis, damas y caballeros, de las tablas el día de hoy. Muy interesante. Vamos a mantener un ojo por ahí en los Bitcoin para buscar ese long. Una vez que se encuentre en postura apropiada, vamos a ver dónde vamos a retestear. Ahorita viendo a Solana caer como está cayendo, por debajo de los 173, estamos en 172, me hace pensar que se viene el movimiento correctivo definitivamente. Y para Solamis, interesantes los 150, los 164 y de segunda forma. ¿Saben qué? Me gusta más el retesteo de los 153. La razón por qué es este EMI 100 ha sido literalmente rechazo todo este tiempo hasta que lo rompimos, por lo que aquí es donde yo esperaría este retesteo y para arriba. Ethereum se sigue viendo bastante bien. Vamos a ver qué tanto puede seguir corriendo. Y todo lo demás, mercado tradicional muy arriba, muy fuerte. Los aranceles de Trump van ganando, güey. Nadie sabe lo que está pasando, por cierto, con los aranceles de Trump. Antes de que les vean la cara. No, es que ahora el pedo es que la dinámica de China nadie entiende ni vergas. Porque además los aranceles, ahorita que Trump está diciendo, China es más bonita, que es más tranquila que la Unión Europea. Que sepan, es palo. China tiene restricciones más allá de solamente los aranceles, tiene restricciones en importaciones y en qué tecnología y en un chingo de cosas. Es un poco de lo mismo. Por eso les digo, estas noticias que traen a todos los imbéciles hablando de esto locos, solamente dejen que los vuelva locos a ellos, a ti que te dé completamente igual, a seguir viendo la tabla, a seguir viendo en qué se gastan dinero, si va a haber guerra, si van a cerrar la guerra, si van a abrir una nueva, si hay nuevas excusas para gastar dinero o no. Eso es todo. Todo esto es ruido enfrente de todos ustedes. No hay nada en estos aranceles, nada que deba de tener un impacto de estos en la bolsa ahorita, nada. O bueno, debería de en otra forma, no en la que estamos viendo. Lo que estamos viendo es un manejo de mercado como si fuera un proyecto NFT. El líder del proyecto NFT es Trump y obviamente todos sus community managers son los noticieros y también sus miembros del gabinete, Scott Bessent, todo el mundo que sale a decir cosas, es simplemente para confundirte todo el tiempo y que pierdas tu dinero. Es así de fácil, honestamente. Me gustaría poder decir que es más complejo este pedo, pero no lo es. No lo es. Otra cosa divina que aprendimos este fin de semana, la Unión Europea anda seria, ¿eh? Se quieren robar a todos los científicos de Estados Unidos. Van a hacer un paquete de estímulo de 500 millones. Yo sé que muchos dirán, ¿te refieres a 500,000 millones, Alejandro? No. 500 millones. Y con eso es que, güey, si ofreces 500 millones de dólares a científicos, todos van a ir a la Unión Europea para poder abrir una empresa que les va a tomar muchísimo más tiempo abrir, para poder pagar 55% de impuestos y para poder lidiar con burocracia y todos los listones rojos que existe de burocracia. ¿Qué clase de científico no tomaría ese deal? Y además 500 millones de dólares. La Unión Europea. Les mando un abrazo, cuídense mucho y nos vemos en un rato.